What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, November 18th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, a tip for kids in the car line. We'll get to that in a moment. We will recap the Dallas Cowboys blowout victory over Vegas on Monday Night Football. We've got the latest sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference, some unfortunate injury news for Texas football, more Sark to the NFL rumors that we have to dive into, plus the latest and greatest from the college football coaching carousel, Texas basketball landing a huge commitment, an injury to Victor Wembanyama, and so much more. We've got a lot to get to over the next couple of hours. We appreciate y'all starting your Tuesday mornings with us. How are you today, my man?
I'm doing great. What a beautiful day this morning. I was thinking maybe cool out. No, it's nice and warm, ready to go to have low 80s today. So it's gearing itself up for late Wednesday and Thursday rain. That's okay.
Still feeling it.
Still feeling it. I feel it. Yeah, my bones are feeling it. It's on its way. So let the rains come. Let's not get out of hand, though. Let's just rain and be normal. Let's not be raining for 3 straight days. I don't need to gather 2 of everything, but we can use the rain for sure.
There you go. All right, so Thursday is your first call for this week.
Early Thursday morning.
Okay.
And Thursday, Thursday.
All right.
Wednesday night, late Wednesday night.
Making sure you're on the record with your
I'm on
prediction.
the record, yes.
It's been a while since we've had some rain, so I want to make sure that people know exactly what to expect, you know?
Yeah, I need to because my burn pile is getting dangerously close to, if anything at night, that thing will be up and everything around it. So, but that's why I have a burn pile. I won't get anywhere, but I want to get it down to nothing. I've already started my winter garden. Hey, the lettuce is in. And damn if it doesn't feel like I put it in too soon because I got to water the crap out of it because it's like 80, 85 degrees every day.
Yeah, I love that you act like everybody in the world has their own burn pile. Like it's just like a front porch mat. Like it's a part of everybody's place. You make it sound like it's so normal. Like, my burn pile it's filling up. You guys have to know what I'm talking about because all of y'all have one of those at your places.
No, you don't. Sure. You just throw stuff in the big dumpster.
Yeah.
But no, I got to put a bunch of stuff in the burn pile. And it's mostly, because I have so many plants and shrubs and stuff and oak trees. So I have to cut them back and I have to put that stuff somewhere. So it's just ready. You can burn out here in the country and it's not time. And I like to take all the stuff and I generally will take the stuff that I burn and then put it in my flower beds and stuff. But we haven't been able to burn anything in like 6 months around this place.
I don't know how you live. Also, I don't know how I lived without burning stuff. That sounds fun.
Oh, it is. Oh no, I'm that guy. I get, when we first bought this property, I had to come out here, and I came out here with my friend Javier, and we took out all the cedars on the property, and we burned them. And boy, does cedar go up in a hurry. And it didn't take much. I mean, we just burned it right on the property. You could burn up everything.
You got to get permission for that, right?
Well, no, you just have to find out if the burn ban is on or not.
Okay.
If you're out in this part of the woods. And right now it's been on. So if it rains on Wednesday or Thursday, it'll be off, towards the weekend. It just depends on how long it stays off. Hopefully you can get into next week before Thanksgiving and get it all done. Because I ain't going out there on a Saturday and start burning stuff. I got too much to do on Saturday.
You can just cook your turkey over the fire.
No, dude, no. My little grandson likes it because we pulled out the hose and he thinks he's a fireman. And kids like fire. They like to be near it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they would walk right into it if they could.
Yeah, I mean, it looks cool. It's exciting. Like, what is that? And then,
I
don't know.
Yeah, so I called him a fireman. I had him over the last time I had to burn. He had a big old bucket over there, and he just kept throwing shit in it. I mean, a stick, another stick, another stick.
Yeah.
I'm burning logs, and he's throwing sticks in there, having a blast. So
That sounds fun.
Plus, I got my little Jeep now to get my stuff around no more. I don't have to wheelbarrow stuff around. Mike McCall will be over to weld a back part onto this little thing so I can have a hitch to it and carry a bunch of stuff so I don't hurt my back anymore.
There you go. A little trailer hitch coming for the Jeep.
Oh yeah, man, it's nice. The only thing that's missing is that stupid Jeep makes that sound I tell you. Beep, 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 beep when it goes backwards. I got to get somebody to unhook that thing.
Yeah, what is it, like an industrial Jeep?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's loud. I mean, you could hear it through the neighborhood.
Right. I feel like most Jeeps are just like normal cars that don't make that sound when you put
No,
it
it's
in
not.
reverse.
It's this kind of like a little Polaris makes a loud ass sound. And I'm like, it's got, rear view mirrors so you can see if any kids or if the dog's back there, so be it. He'll get his ass run over. He knows better than that. So, but that sound it shrieks right through your ears. It sucks. All right, here's my tip for kids.
Okay.
I get it to them once a year. This is an unassuming Tuesday, just here. Before Thanksgiving, you're just kind of going through your business. Today is a good day to have a good day. That's once a year. I'll give you that one. This is that day. This Tuesday, today is a good day to have a good day. Don't make it just a Tuesday. Have a good day. Have a great day, really.
All right. Today is a good day to have a good day.
Yeah, don't just go through the motions of this day. Have a good day.
Feels like something you could say every morning, huh?
You could say it every morning, but this is that time of the year where you get to, it's Tuesday, Thanksgiving's next week. The holidays coming are up. It's just a Tuesday. Well, make it a good Tuesday.
Okay. I like that.
Make it the best Tuesday. Today is a good day to have a good day.
Yeah.
You know where I got that from? I was driving in my car and there was a song about having a good day. I don't know if it was from somebody here locally, but I heard that song like, what an interesting thought. Today is a good day to have a good day.
Like Ice Cube?
No.
Yeah, he has a song titled "It Was a Good Day."
I don't know if it wasn't Ice Cube.
Okay. I don't think he has that exact lyric in that track, but that's maybe the most famous "It Was a Good Day" song.
I had a really good workout yesterday. I decided that yesterday was going to be treadmill movement workout. I had the best, dude. I worked out to Donna Summers, who is a Boston girl, died in 2012.
You listening to hot stuff while you're on the treadmill?
No. MacArthur's Park. Her version of MacArthur's Park.
I don't know that one.
MacArthur's Park is melting in the dark. All the green icing flowing down. Some would let the cake out in the rain. You've heard that before.
Maybe.
I don't think I can make it because it took so long to bake it.
That's the song you're listening. Well, okay. What?
And she was going, but hers is different from the original. The original was, and I didn't realize this, Richard Harris. And Richard Harris is an Irish actor / singer, but I don't remember Richard Harris. I remember him as an actor. I never remember Richard Harris as a singer. I didn't realize he was the original songman of MacArthur's Park. But I played her version, and it's a disco version, and I was on the treadmill, and I was huffing it, man. I'm telling you. I had that thing up to 4.5, almost 5, and I was going.
Is that running for you?
Well, that's walking and skipping, a little side skip. It was movement. It was good. I came in, I was sweating through everything.
There you go. All right. Yeah. So now we know who Charlie Strong needs to give credit to for always saying the cake was baked. Apparently Donna Summer and Richard Harris taught him that line, huh?
Yeah. The Olds would know. I don't even know if the Olds would realize that Richard Harris was the guy who sang MacArthur Park.
Yeah, you're way above my pay grade with that one there, sir.
Yeah, but it was good. Donna Summers. Donna Summers was I remember when I was in Boston, she taught the queen of disco. My goodness.
Okay. I like that.
She had a lot of great hits. It's good. Some of that disco music's good to get a little walk into.
I like that. All right. Well, Tip for Kids brought to you by our friends at Relax the Bag.
Absolutely. Because Donna Summer was bad girl. Nothing but a bad girl.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did you ever have any encounters with her?
No. Okay. No encounters with Donna Summer.
Sorry
and Boston had a lot of stuff going on back in the 70s and stuff. Lots of good. New Edition, Bobby Brown.
Yeah.
Aerosmith.
Okay.
Saw a lot. The J. Giles Band.
All Boston.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
I love
Donna
the J.
Summer.
I saw the J. Giles Band in Boston at a club down one of those underground clubs. It was good. He was good.
Was Donna Summers ever the centerfold?
I don't think so.
Okay. Breaking news: Donna Summer died in 2012. Buck.
Yes.
Okay, making sure you're aware of that. I'm not sure.
I said that. I said that to you. She died in 2012. I said it in the beginning.
No, thank you for that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, she died a while back.
Pour some out for Donna Summer.
Absolutely.
And you're keeping her alive by listening on the treadmill.
Oh my goodness.
So thank you very much.
Dude, my heart was a thumping yesterday, but that's a good thing, brother. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for the great job that you do, to you, to your families, as we approach the holiday season. Thank you so very much for giving us the opportunity to be free to do this show and to live life the way we like to live life. Me making money for all the people, like I did last night. Talked myself out of a big play last night. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you copped out. You originally had 150,000 units on the Dallas Cowboys, covering the 3.5 against the Vegas Raiders. And then, well, I told you the game was in Vegas, and you're like, nope. Oh, I don't feel good about this one anymore.
I know.
You trimmed it all the way down to 25,000 units. So the good news,
you're right.
You still won, but you left a lot of money on the table for the people last night.
I know, but I got it with my cousin. So it satisfied me. I got to me.
There you go.
I went out there on a limb last night. Man, I was thinking, is there anybody worse than the Cowboys? And there is.
Yeah.
The Raiders.
The Raiders are significantly worse than the Cowboys, as we found out last night.
Their offensive line is terrible. And the big boy Williams, he still got it. He ran smooth to the quarterback on just about every play last night.
Yeah, Quinnen Williams, 1.5 sacks, also 5 quarterback hits in his Cowboys debut. You're talking about making a good first impression. Yo, Quinnen Williams was great. Good to see Agent Zero, DeMarvion Overshone, the lifetime Longhorn, back on the field
through the game.
Played pretty well last night. Yeah, Dak Prescott was incredible. 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. George Pickens was unguardable. I mean, that was an assing, as we like to call it on this show. The Raiders were no match for the Cowboys. And that was the first Cowboys game since the tragic passing of Marshawn Kneeland. So, all the coaches on the Cowboys sideline were wearing Marshawn Kneeland shirts. They had Kneeland's jersey hanging up on the bench. And, yeah, the Cowboys were playing with heavy hearts, but it looked like they had a little extra motivation, too, fighting for their lost brother. So that was a great performance by Dallas. Look, the Cowboys are still 4-5-1. The Raiders are 2-8. I don't know if you should change your overall expectations for this Dallas team this year, but nice to see them come out of a bye and put together a complete performance in all 3 phases like that.
I know they didn't play against the greatest wide receivers. They had some pretty good tight ends for the Raiders, but I thought they played well in the secondary too last night. Guys were actually around guys. It didn't look like the Texas Longhorn group. There were actually people near the other people.
Yeah, like the Cowboys got some reinforcements, right? I mean, they got a couple of safeties back. Malik Hooker returned, and also Siobhan Revel, the Cowboys' 3rd-round pick in this year's draft, who, Dallas thought was a first-round talent, but he tore his ACL in his final year of college ball at East Carolina. So he ended up falling in the draft to late day 2. The Cowboys scooped him up in round 3. Last night was his first game, and he looked the part. I know it's one game, and like you said, the Raiders don't have elite receivers. They traded their best one, Jacoby Myers, before the trade deadline. But, Siobhan Revel looked the part, and the Cowboys defense, they look good. But, again, they were playing Geno Smith, who is not good.
Wow.
I don't know why Pete Carroll, in his 70s, getting back into coaching, probably his last opportunity to be a head coach in his life. And he's like, yeah, Geno Smith is the quarterback I want for this last hoorah.
I think I'll bring him along with me. Wow.
I mean, he stinks. And the Raiders can't run. Ashton Genty, who, of course, they spent a top 10 pick on, about 6 carries for 7 yards last night.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, they run the ball like the Longhorns too.
Yeah, well, they ran it worse than the Longhorns last night in terms of no, they didn't. They had 27 yards. The Longhorns only had 23. What am I talking about? They did surpass the Longhorns' incredible number, 23 yards. But yeah, the Raiders are a joke right now. They're 2-8. They're going to have a top 5 pick, maybe a top 1 pick the way this season is going.
Yeah, I know they've got great. They got a couple great defenders, but they need to work that thing from the bottom up. They need to get an offense. They need to go ahead and start drafting offensive line instead of taking a running back at number 6. They could have got a couple of linemen. They need to start from the bottom. They need to start from their lines of scrimmage, period.
Yeah. Well, they need a quarterback too. So
Yeah.
if they get a high enough draft pick and there are quarterbacks worth taking, they'll probably go there instead of offensive line, but they could use some help. They need everything, dude. They need everything. Their defense is better than their offense. Now, last night, the Cowboys had no problem with their defense, but this season, their defense has been okay overall. But yeah, that whole offensive side of the ball, you got to get Ty Pennington in there, dude. They need an extreme makeover with that.
Yeah, they do. I would say they need to start it. They need to start that bad boy up again.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll get back into that. But a nice win for the Cowboys. Philadelphia coming to town next Sunday. So obviously, if the Cowboys want to prove that, okay, maybe they can make a run in the second half and get to a playoff spot, that's a good way to start.
Philly, yes.
Yeah, by beating the current number 1 seed in the NFC, obviously the defending Super Bowl champs as well. All right, we got to get into this. There's so much Texas football to dive into today. We've got the Anthony Hill injury report. We've got Steve Sarkisian's sound from yesterday, but we've had a couple of folks text in and a couple of folks comment already about an Instagram video posted by ESPN's Desmond Howard. He posted this yesterday on his story. I won't even try to explain what that is, but Desmond Howard is at his Miami home, and he is taking out the trash. Literally, not being figurative here. He is rolling his trash can to his driveway as he's recording himself talking about Steve Sarkisian and Texas. And we'll just play the sound here, and then we will dive in to what Desmond Howard had to say yesterday.
As I'm walking past this tennis ball in my yard, I was also thinking, don't be surprised if that Texas job opens up at the end of the season. You guys were shocked when LSU opened up. Imagine how you're going to feel if that job in Austin pops open. I'm not calling or saying anyone's going to get fired. It may be a mutual parting of ways. You dig? Anyway, you guys have a great Monday.
He's hearing stuff down in Miami about that job, about Daniels being fired. And he's gonna get fired, win, lose, or draw there, I believe, unless they somehow get to the playoffs and go deep, which they're not going to. But he's hearing some smoke that somebody's talking to somebody down there.
Yeah, Desmond Howard. Again, I think it's important to note what you just noted. He does live in Miami.
Yes.
And there have been some rumblings. I heard Chip talking about this yesterday on Chip and Zay, that maybe there's some potential interest from the Steve Sarkisian camp about that Dolphins job. But the big question here is there fire where there's smoke? Because there's smoke right now. This is 2 reports from pretty reputable people. We're not talking about Adam Schefter and Pete Thamel here, but we are talking about Diana Rossini. There's plenty of sources around the NFL. And we're talking about Desmond Howard, who has plenty of sources around football. Now, twice in the last month.
And lives in Miami.
Lives in Miami. That's now twice in the last month where somebody reputable enough has gone on the record and said, watch for Steve Sarkisian to leave Texas. Diana Rossini talked about an NFL job. Desmond Howard didn't mention another job. He just said, look for a mutual parting of the ways.
Yeah.
But that's now 2 people who work at ESPN who were pretty high up there who have at least hinted towards this being Steve Sarkisian's final year in Austin, Buck. Now, for what it's worth, Texas owes Steve Sarkisian 85% of his remaining base salary if they fire him. He has 6 years and roughly $70 million left on his contract. So 85% of that would be going to Sark, guaranteed, no questions asked. if Steve Sarkisian were to resign before the new year, he would owe Texas $10 million. Now, the buyout drops to $6 million in 2026. So if he were to decide to leave January 2nd, then he would owe Texas just $6 million. And you would think an NFL team would be willing to pay that money to Texas so Sark wouldn't have to.
Well, the guy who owns the Miami Dolphins would. He's got that money.
Right. Yeah, Stephen Ross, that's chump change for him. And Stephen Ross has been known to go out on a limb a little bit.
Yes.
The decisions that he makes with his Miami Dolphins football franchise. Remember, that dude got docked a first-round pick for having that private meeting with Tom Brady when Brady was still on the Patriots back in the day. So he's not shy about going after it, and he will do some things off the beaten path to try to make his NFL franchise more competitive. And they have not been for a while. So I don't know what to make of that. I also thought it was pretty interesting. Like Desmond Howard compared it to the LSU situation. He's like, well, a lot of folks were surprised that Brian Kelly got fired.
No, they weren't.
Nobody was surprised that Brian Kelly got fired.
I wasn't surprised whatsoever. I thought he was going to get fired before that.
Right. The writing had been on the wall for weeks, and like it was the worst kept secret in college football by the time he was actually let go. So, yeah, Steve Sarkisian and Texas having a mutual parting of the ways, considering all the success that Sark has had around here the last couple of years, that is on a whole nother level to what we just saw in Baton Rouge with Brian Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, I can only see Sark leaving this gig is the fact that it's way too hot in the kitchen for him. All this, change that, all these rumors about who's going to talk to him about getting a coordinator, or about a play caller. He doesn't want that. This is part of the firing back at you. Like, would you like to just lose me, period? And that the Longhorns don't want to lose this guy. I know people who get all upset and say, screw him and all that. Well, you just can't do that because you can't find a guy right now that's like this dude that you just can't find. They don't just grow on trees. You have to be careful about how you react as a fan, even, you have to be sensible in what you're saying. Like, oh, screw this guy. I mean, no.
Well, if that's going to cause Sark to want to leave, then he's not long for this job anyways. If he's worried about what every fan says about his program, then he shouldn't have taken this job. He knew better. He knew what this job was when he took it.
Yeah, well, when people start telling him he's not a good play caller and he can't do that, or maybe he can't handle that stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's going to fire back. I mean, that doesn't mean he's going to leave, but he's going to make sure that he's got something in the back waiting for him. That's for damn sure.
Well, we see agents do this all the time with their clients, right? And Steve Sarkisian is represented by Jimmy Sexton, who is the best coaching agent there is in college football. And that guy has a long history of finding ways to get his clients more money and better deals.
Right.
Look, Steve Sarkisian has gotten extensions and raises in each of the last 2 off seasons in Austin. He has not done anything this year to warrant another one this coming off season. But NFL interest, like you said, if Texas people are like, man, we really don't want to lose Sark because we know what the last 2 coaches were before him, you just wonder if there's somebody in Sark's camp leaking this out to try to get him a little something. I
don't even know if it's about the money part of it. I think it's about the power part of it. I mean, that guy has all the money in the world. I mean, if he wants to go for the money, he could just go for the money. And if the Miami Dolphins wanted him, he could just go. I mean, if it was about the money, their owner, like you said, has money. He's got plenty of money to spend and pay out whatever he needs to. If he wants that guy to be his coach for the next whatever years, he's going to pay him. But
that'd be a bit of a surprise. Like I feel like if Steve Sarkisian ends up taking an NFL gig, he would be taking a pay cut because he's one of the highest paid coaches in college football. And if he makes more in the league than he was making at Texas, then he would have to be one of the highest paid coaches in the NFL. I don't think somebody would give him that, considering the fact that he's never been a head coach in the National Football League before.
Yeah, but some guys have the cash to burn, and it sounds like this guy's one of those dudes.
Yeah, most owners do.
Yeah. By the way, probably 29 of them have enough to just burn,
Right. Yeah.
And they could get my burn pile going if they want to.
Yeah. They could get your burn pile going.
Yeah, but there's too much smoke in this talk. like you said, from two people, that's just, and the guy lives there. Desmond Howard lives in Miami. Somebody's talking to somebody.
Yeah. Well, Chris Del Conte took to Twitter last night, and he actually responded directly to Desmond Howard's video. And he said, quote, "This is news to me. Thanks for the insight." And put a face palm emoji at the end of that. So Chris Del Conte, the athletic director at the University of Texas, who obviously would be a big part of any decision that the university makes. And Steve Sarkisian, if he makes his mind up on his own, maybe there's nothing CDC can do or say.
Oh, no, there's nothing he's going to say. And that guy says he wants to be a head coach for the Miami Dolphins. CDC isn't going to talk him down. He's going to have to want that gig. He's going to want to have to coach at that level to be a head coach. That ain't a bad spot.
Well, no, it's not a bad place to live, right? Like there are not a lot of places that people would choose over Austin, but I think some folks would choose Miami over Austin.
Yeah.
Maybe Sark just loves Quinn Ewers that much. We know how loyal he was to him last season. Maybe he just wants to tie his entire coaching career to Quinn Ewers. Be an interesting choice if you ask me, but
dude, he'd get rid of him. He wouldn't even let him be the backup. He'd probably that guy's going to go down there. If that happens, he's going to have full control of everything.
Does he get that?
I think he'll get that at Miami. To leave this gig, you better have a lot of guarantees of what you can control.
Would you do that if you're an NFL owner?
I don't know. Their GM hasn't done what has he done?
They just fired him a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, well, he hadn't done much.
Yeah, no, Chris Grier was let go last month by the Dolphins, or maybe earlier this month. I don't know, recently, whatever.
It was recently, yeah.
Yeah, because the Dolphins have really struggled as of late. And as of now, their head coach, Mike McDaniel, still has a gig. We've got, 2 openings currently in the NFL with Tennessee and the New York Giants, who fired Brian Daboll also recently. Now, more are going to open up. We know that. But as of now, that Miami Dolphins job is not available.
That's absolutely right.
Mike McDaniel, it sounds like he's going to get the rest of the season to prove his worth. And the Dolphins aren't very good. I don't expect them to make a late season push or anything like that. But as of now, that is not a vacancy. So there's only 2 opportunities for Steve Sarkisian at this moment.
Yeah, somebody's having some backdoor talks.
Yeah,
backroom chats. They're getting that done.
Comidja asks, what if he's leaving for another university? I would be stunned. I'll eat my words if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any chance that Steve Sarkisian is leaving Texas for another college job. Like, what job is better than this? I know LSU's a really good job, but what if Sark's worried about the pressure? He thinks that Cajuns there in the Bayou State are going to be easier on him?
You go down there and live in Baton Rouge? Really?
Right. Like Florida. I don't think Florida's a better job than Texas. It's a great job. Don't get me wrong, but you got more at Texas than you do at Florida. You got more at Texas than you do at Penn State. So I don't think this is a Lincoln Riley situation where he's like leaving one blue blood for another one.
No, I don't think so.
I think this is, if Sark leaves, still big if. I still don't think he is. But if Sark leaves, it's to take an NFL gig. That's obviously something Texas can't offer.
When these things come up, generally the head coach is hearing stuff around him. Too much of the buzz of you got to do this. And if we don't get to this part, we're going to ask you to do that. We're going to ask you to hire this person. We're going to ask you to fire this person. And he's just like the smoke in the kitchen. He's getting the smoke. He's got some smoke in his kitchen too. Now, some of it, he needs to have some smoke in his kitchen. There's no doubt about that. But he don't want to hear it from anybody else. He wants to be the one, talking about if there's going to be change in positions or himself or who's going to call the plays. He wants to be the one to make that decision. He don't want to hear that shit from a bunch of other people. Whether they're right or wrong, he doesn't want to hear that. So these are kind of deals that get fired back at you,
Yeah.
Where your guy goes out and has some discussions with somebody else. Would you be interested kind of deal?
Yeah, well, the first set of rumors when Diana Rossini had her report came out the day Texas played Mississippi State on October 25th. Remember, it was the morning of that afternoon game in Starkville, and Sark was asked about it in the post-game press conference that day and kind of lashed out at the media. Like, I can't believe y'all ran with this. One person can say whatever they want, and everybody takes it as factual. He got pretty pissed. He got pretty defensive when that initial report came out. Now, of course, Sark had a press conference yesterday, but this Desmond Howard post wasn't made until the afternoon. So Sark wasn't asked about it yesterday. The next time we'll hear from the head coaches on Thursday. I would think somebody is going to ask Sark about this. So I would think, if he doesn't release a statement, remember also his agency released a statement in between Diana Rossini's report and the game against Mississippi State. So we'll hear from Sark on Thursday about this if we don't hear anything from his agent or agency.
All we got to do is say 14-10, baby. 14-10, not a problem.
14-10, the new 6-7.
Yeah, the new 6-7.
Well, when Sark's interviewing for NFL gigs, he's going to say, well, we were only down 14-10 to Georgia in the third quarter. You got to want me, don't you?
Oh, God.
People have said Georgia could maybe beat an NFL team in recent years, and I had them 14-10 in the third quarter.
Stay on the good side of the people from Texas. That's all I can say. There are a lot of people who will stay in your corner. If you can stay in your lane without some of this shit going on, you're okay. You've done a lot of good things here. Don't get on the bad side. Don't get on the wrong side. It doesn't take much around here to get on the wrong side, because once you're on it, man, that wave, they ride that wave out to the bitter end.
Just ask Tom Herman. I know Tom Herman wasn't winning a lot of games, but he pissed a lot of people off, which made it a lot easier to fire him when his time was done. Mac Brown had so many people in his corner. He had built up such a great rapport.
15 years of it.
Yeah, from his first decade and change during his time at Texas, that even when things fell off the rails and even when it was clearly time for Texas to make a move, Mac was able to stick around a couple extra years because people loved him so much.
Exactly right.
For Tom Herman, it was like nobody was really arguing in favor of Herman getting a fifth year. And it was partially because of the on-field results, but it was partially because nobody wanted to deal with him anymore.
Yeah, they just don't, Sark is not going around shooting double birds and acting like a fool.
So. Yeah, Sark ain't that. Don't get me wrong.
We don't have to worry about him shooting birds at the camera or going to some restaurant and somebody comes up to him, punching him in the he's not going to do that. He's not going to be like goofy Tom Herman, but
I haven't seen.
Like I said, it only takes a few of the wrong ones to piss off around here.
Right. Yeah, I haven't seen Sark kiss any of his players just yet. Steve Sarkisian did say a couple of things at his Monday press conference that irked me a little bit. And
he's going to say stuff after this loss. That's going to continue to happen because he's going to continue to talk to you like his team was right in the thick of things.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this, and then we'll get to our first break and we'll dive back in. There aren't a lot of Steve Sarkisian, Tom Herman comparisons that are worth making. Sark has done a much better job. He's a much better person. He's a much easier guy to root for. So I don't want to make it sound like I'm doing an apples to apples comparison here. But we all thought Tom Herman was very stubborn, did we not?
Yes.
Very hard-headed, very resistant to change his ways. People would ask, hey, what if you did this? And he'd say, no, it's my way or the highway. Take it or leave it.
Right.
What you're talking about, there are a lot of people, myself included, bringing up the idea of Steve Sarkisian hiring an offensive play caller in the offseason.
Right.
I think that's a move that needs to be made around here because there's just not enough good happening in games against elite competition to where.
And we're saying that because we think it can help too.
Of course. It's not like a demerit against Sark. The best coaches in the country have play callers.
Sure.
Is Kirby Smart a bad coach because he lets Glenn Schumann call his defense? No. What are we doing here? Was Nick Saban a bad coach because he let other people call his defense?
He let Sark call the offense too?
Right. Yeah, exactly. So it's we're not, oh my God, Sark has to do something totally outside the box and he better do it or else. This is like a lot of really successful coaches do this, including the last 10 who have won national championships. You got to go all the way back to Jimbo Fisher the last time a head coach called plays on either offense or defense.
Sure.
So if Sark's going to be so stubborn, no, I'm not going to do that, then that's going to piss some people off.
Yes.
It's not the same as shooting the double birds and just doing constant ridiculousness like Tom Herman did, but the big money donors and the supporters of this program, and there are a lot, aren't going to be super happy about the coach not willing to make some changes.
Or at least listen. At least sound like he's listening to it.
At least sound like he's listening to it. And I don't know if Sark is. So All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll dive back in. Plenty more to get into. The crazy Desmond Howard Instagram post. Is there fire to the smoke? ESPN's Desmond Howard saying that there could be a mutual parting of the ways with Texas and Steve Sarkisian at the end of the year. We'll let you hear from Sark about some other things as well. But before we dive back into the Longhorns, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern, of course, chef-inspired comfort food made from scratch each and every day. Last week I was out at the League at Avery Ranch, and boy, did we have a nice, comfortable time before we had to do the high school game out there in the Palace on Palmer. That was an awful lot of fun. Of course, I had French onion soup along with my Cobb salad. Oh, man, what a meal. That was delicious. I tell you, they've got some great food, pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glazed pork chops. They've got Lonnie's Nashville chicken sandwich. It is absolutely delicious. It's a great place to hang out, happy hour each and every day from 3 to 6. All kinds of savings on single glasses of wine, of course, your favorite beer, and all the different cocktails that they have out there, of course. Thursday is Prime to Wine. Half price bottles of wine with your prime rib dinner at the League Kitchen and Tavern. 4 great locations, folks. Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch. Also, don't forget today at our good friends Tony C's, it's 2 for Tuesday. 2 pizzas for the price of 1 out in Bee Caves. Going to say hello to the folks over there and get that great Italian food and that New York style pizza, coal-fired pizza right there, of course, at Tony C's. Love you, Mr. C.
Yes, indeed. Love Tony C's. Love the league. Also love Mike McCall and his great team at McCall Custom Homes. Mentioned them earlier, and Mike is at the Bucks place like 4 times a week. He should be paying rent. Yeah, should be paying rent at this point at your spot. But we trust our homes to Mike McCall. Of course, he was out at Rodney's place renovating a master bathroom recently. They're the best in the business. Custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas. It's a father-son team with more than 4 decades of experience. And all of that experience has been right here in our own backyard. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. Kitchen remodels, bathroom renovations. You got a growing family you need to add on to your home. You want to add some new life to your outdoor space, whatever it is. Mike McCall and his team at McCall Custom Homes can make it all happen for you. All you have to do is go online, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Find out more info, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. It is McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
You know, by the way, BK, a coach can just squash all the rumors by just saying, none of that is true. I'm not interested in any job at the university except for the job at the University of Texas. I wish at one of these days a coach would not play the game that coaches play, like, oh, I got something on the back burner. If you think you can get rid of me, just tell the people where you want to be. You know, I would be, if I'm making his kind of money, I would say, I'll do whatever it takes to keep the job here at the University of Texas. That's what I'd say. I wouldn't want to piss off anybody. Now, that doesn't mean I won't have anything on the back burner. The first thing I would tell people is, this is the job that I've always wanted. I'm here. I'm happy. I've gone to 2 straight, I've been in championship play here. I'm not done. I haven't finished the job, and I want to continue to work here. I wouldn't let any of that stuff get out. I mean, as I said, I'd let my agent do the back talking, let the Desmond Howards of the world do all that other stuff. But I would be telling people here at the University of Texas, this is the job that I came here to do. I'm not finished. And, sorry things aren't going away that everybody's expecting them. We're upset about it too. I'll fix whatever I have to fix. If I got to get a play caller, I'll fix it. But I want to be here. That's what I'd let you know.
Yeah, and he hasn't done that yet.
No.
And obviously, this Desmond Howard video came out yesterday, so he hasn't had a ton of time to respond to that. But again, going back to the Diana Rossini report last month,
right?
He didn't
quite say it then either.
No, he didn't say what you just said. I mean, he was pretty angry that report got leaked, and he was angrier that a bunch of people ran with it. But the statement that was released by CAA, which represents Steve Sarkisian, said, quote, any reports regarding communications on coaching opportunities with NFL teams are patently false and wildly inaccurate, end quote.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing with coach. I don't need my company to make the statement. I need to be the one to tell the people on KXAN or something like that. Dude, this is bullshit. I'm not leaving this place. you're going to have to drag me out of here. I love living here in Austin, Texas, and I love the university. So the things that you hear, you're not hearing it from me. When you hear it from me, it's the truth. I mean, coaches can easily do that, but they don't. They want to play the game too, and that's a dangerous game that you play around here.
KXAN, why not TSU?
Well, TSU, KXAN, and something that's local and good, and that you can tell people that no, you don't have to worry about me. All this shit you hear with Desmond rolling his trash out there, to the receptacle and all that shit. Don't worry about what you hear. Now, he may be the one starting that behind the scenes, but I'm going to let the people know here myself, and I don't need anybody to talk for me.
Yeah, right here on TSU.
There you go, right here, Coach.
Love you, Roger Wallace. Noah, you're the man. But, we don't want you guys to have that story. We want it right here on TSU,
Yeah, for sure. Just let people know. You can come on here in the morning and just tell people. Yeah. No, dude, that's not the case. But behind the scenes, they're all doing it. Nobody's going to give that up. Everybody's going to have a backup plan.
Well, Steve Sarkisian does lose his leverage when he says that. So I don't know if he will say that. And again, I don't know if this is the right time for him to try to be looking for more money and a new contract at Texas, because this year has not been good. And he literally has gotten extensions and raises in each of the last 2 off seasons. So
if he makes it to the playoff, they'll give him some more money. It's about the playoffs, dude. Here,
I don't even know if they will. Like, if they somehow sneak into the playoff and lose in the first round, does he get a new contract for that?
Well, I mean, here's another $1.5 million. What's that going to do? Somebody walking down the street over in that area will pay that. Here's another $1.5 million to keep your coach in here. Take this $1.5 million. All right, so you give it to the Boys and Girls Club or something. I mean, yeah, you're still fine. You're not under the bridge. You're not down on 5th Street with a kettle in your hand. You're doing just fine. So
he's making $11 million a year. I think he's okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not. It's more. It would be more. That whole thing, I think, with Miami is more about if he got a job like that, it'll be about the power, and he would be talking to that owner about making unbelievable decisions as not only the head coach but a GM and a guy who's never done that before. So
maybe he wants less of that. Like, most coaches want what you're talking about, so that's a very rational thought. But like, that to me is the beauty of being an NFL coach versus being a college coach, is that you don't have to deal with roster construction. You just get to coach. You just get to coach and game plan and scheme and motivate. And you don't have to recruit. You don't have to deal with NIL. You don't have to deal with these negotiations. You don't have to deal with transfer portals. Like, maybe Texas can't offer that. So maybe Steve Sarkisian's like, man, any NFL job I get, I don't care where it is. I don't care if I get front office power. Like, I'm so fed up of dealing with all of this NIL crap that I just want out of this as quickly as I possibly can. Maybe it's that. Maybe that's what ultimately leads to Sark. Look, it takes 2 to tango. Sark can want to go to the NFL. If nobody wants him, sorry, he's stuck here, in air quotes. I would love to coach in the NFL. Nobody wants me, so I ain't going anywhere,
Right.
So Sark can want to leave all he wants if he does, but Miami's going to have to, or New York or Tennessee or somebody else is going to have to not only interview him, but actually offer him the job.
You're right. Yeah.
So it's not just about, Sark floating his name out there. It takes 2 to tango here. Is someone willing to dance with him?
Well, it sounds like with all this smoke that somebody's willing to dance with him already. I got a feeling they don't start that. They don't start this kind of stuff unless they can't wait for you to tell the other guys, see you.
How, maybe Steve Sarkisian's the chick who shows up to the club wearing a super low cut top and short skirt saying, anyone want to dance? I'm here. I'm available, guys. Come find me. Stephen Ross, I'll take an old guy. I'll dance with you. Let's go.
Yeah. He's just waiting. He's just waiting for who's stepping up first. That's all.
Yeah. I'm not ready to get into.
Once again, it's just the fact that I don't know why guys they just can't seem to be honest enough to just tell people this is what's happening. This place is a great place. I got a lot of stuff I'd like to do here. It's not working out the way we expected to work out. I'm going to get it fixed. You know, you've trusted in me over the last couple of years. Keep trusting me. I'll get things turned around. You know,
Yeah.
I'll have to make some other moves, but those are like the moves that the head coach has to make, whether it's personnel or staff members and everything else. I'll have to do that. But I know this. He doesn't like to hear people talking about the play calling. You know that's a sore spot for guys who've been calling plays all their lives. They don't want to give that up. They'll fight that to the very bitter end, and they'll do what they can to keep that part of the job theirs. So
Well, also think about the timing of these two reports. And I think you're dead on, Buck. But the first one, the Diana Rossini report, came out right after the Kentucky game, where Texas had its worst offensive showing as a program in over a decade. It was the worst offense that Texas has had since Charlie Strong and Sean Watson were running the show. And a lot of Texas fans, and I'm sure Chris Del Conte was getting some calls like, did this just happen? Are we going to let this continue to happen? We had 8 first downs against Kentucky. We had like 170 yards of offense against these guys. That was the first report. Second report comes out after the Georgia game, where everyone's mad at Sark. The offense only scores 10 points. Texas gets blown out. Season may be over. I don't know if it's coincidence that the last 2 bad offensive showings that Texas has had, all of a sudden you get a report like this that Sark may be out or wanting out.
yeah, I'm going to say it's smoke, but there's some substance behind the scenes to it. I believe those things just don't happen, you know. And Desmond living in Miami, he's got access probably to a lot of people that want to say something to him, you know, about stuff. Somebody knows somebody.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, Desmond Howard, he's the type of guy who would just stir the pot. So maybe he doesn't even have a source on this, but we know he's tied in. Tied in. So he obviously knows a lot of people in college football, and he lives in Miami. I mean, he knows football people. So somebody could have easily just texted him like, hey, man, there's something to this. And that led to him rolling his trash out and talking about Steve Sarkisian at his Miami mansion yesterday.
That's this. But once again, the head coach can be the guy. Like you said, he hasn't had time to sit down and think about what he wants to say. But around here, I would be saying it quickly. I wouldn't let it go too far. It would be out there this week that, you know, he didn't do it the first time when that lady had it out there. He didn't just say, no, this is where I want to be. This is where I always wanted to be. Yep. They never really say that often. You know what? Because they always have to make sure that you don't have them totally, which I don't get. No, you got me totally until you fire me.
Yeah.
You know?
To me, it wouldn't it would help if Steve Sarkisian said that, but it wouldn't close the door on my thoughts on Sark potentially leaving for the NFL. I mean, how many times have we seen it with coaches and players where they do come out and adamantly say, I'm not going anywhere? I mean, they go full Jordan Belfort, Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not effing leaving. And then someone comes with a better deal, better opportunity. Thanks for everything, guys. I'm out.
Well, some guys know that helps even the other way too.
Sure.
There's no way I'm going. And somebody else says, I'll make sure you go. I'll give you an offer you can't refuse.
Yeah. So Sark, like you said, he had the chance. Twitter's down right now. He can't post a tweet saying he's staying right now. But yesterday he had plenty of time to respond to that and say, this is ridiculous. I ain't leaving. Or maybe Sark will say when he's asked about it on Thursday, like, this was so dumb. I can't believe
the only thing Sark's going to say is, we're getting ready for Arkansas. Don't forget 14-10. We're right there. Let's go. Rah, rah.
14-10.
I'm still not believing. Yeah, I am believing he says that. Every coach has that moment of goofy talk when they lose a game that, oh, no, we were there. You don't understand. You weren't there. You don't understand what it was like on the sideline when it was 14-10. We were so much in the game. It wasn't that we were running the ball. Oh, how about we were running the ball? I thought we ran the ball pretty well. How about that one for a coach? Did you really think you were running the ball pretty well, with the exception of maybe 2 runs in the game out of all your runs? You weren't running the ball well. When you run the ball well, you run the ball well through the game, or at least for 3 quarters. You weren't running the ball well. You can't say, don't say that. It makes you sound dumb. It makes you sound as dumb as your team second to last, in penalties in the country. That makes you sound dumb.
Well, it's a good segue right there, Buck,
Oh, boy.
because we've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference. And we could start with that because I think the very first question Steve Sarkisian was asked about yesterday was about the run game and its struggles against Georgia.
I thought we actually ran the ball relatively effectively. It's unfortunate, Trey takes an 8-yard loss on a run that gets bottled up and he tries to spit back out, where it was 2nd and 5. And, we were talking about that this morning as a team and coaching them that sometimes playing 3rd and 4 is a heck of a lot better than playing 3rd and 15. Ultimately, we convert that. But when you just look at the flow of the game and the amount of snaps in the game and where the game went, we knew we wanted to be aggressive. We knew we wanted to attack them down the field. And I thought we took enough shots to do that. Would have liked to have made a couple more plays, but that's football. I don't think we were prepared to abandon the run by any means, but like I said, it's 14-10. We felt good about the plan and running it and throwing it and all the things. And the next thing you know, you look up, it's 28-10, and you have the ball on your minus 10-yard line with I think 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And so at that point, you throw it 3 times, you got a punt. Now it's 35-10. So there's no runs that are happening where I think we could have had some opportunities. But, I think at the end of the day, our execution is going to be important this Saturday. Our belief in what we're doing in the run game is going to be important. And we're going to have to negate some of their pass rush with our ability to run the football. Because if there's one of the real strengths of them is, they're playing, number 10 now at kind of buck defensive end, and they've got Rhodes 97 on the other side. Those guys can all rush the passer. So we have to negate some of that with our ability to run the ball.
These are all excuses. You didn't run the ball well. Quit making up if this would have happened and then it was 35-10 and it was 28-10 and I'm juggling all kinds of shit in my hand and I'm stepping in a pile of shit with no socks on. Quit juggling stuff around as if you ran the ball well. You didn't run the ball well. You haven't for 3 games. You don't have 100 yards total in 3 games against Georgia. When have you run the ball well? That was the question. The question wasn't, what was the score? Why did you have to start passing? Why didn't you believe in the run? Did you run it well? Oh, we thought we ran it pretty well. Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just answer the question that's asked of you, and then you can move on to the other stuff that you juggle around. The 14-10 or the 35. And now I heard 28-10. Then I heard 35-10. You got them all in there. You didn't run the ball. You haven't run the ball well. The question was, why aren't you able to run the ball, Coach? Not that we ran the ball well. How about that? I know what you want to do. We all know what you want to be able to do well. You didn't again.
It's 3 games against Georgia in the last 2 years. Texas, 72 carries, 83 rushing yards.
Yeah, I mean, the kid ran the ball and then bounced back 3 yards. He got hit at 5 yards back, and he ended up going 8 yards back. What, are you blaming the kid? Shit, he got hit at 5 yards. There was nowhere to go. He got hit at 5, and he tried to make something happen. Now you're going to say, well, sometimes you just got to go down. I mean, he's just playing the game, trying to make things happen. And you're looking at him like, well, maybe he should have just gone down when he lost 5, when he got hit for a loss of 5, fall down on the ground. He's just playing football. You're hoping shit happens, I mean, really.
Yeah, there were ample opportunities earlier in the game to continue running the football.
Yeah,
I get it.
Tell the kids when they get hit.
Sark's got to realize, when the game got to 28-10, we're not mad at him for not running it there.
No, not at all.
I don't know why he thinks that when people keep asking him about that, he thinks, oh, yeah, well, when it's 28-10, we're going to throw the ball because we're down. Yeah, no shit. Of course you're going to throw the ball when you're down by that much in the fourth quarter. You got to get back into the game. You had chances early on to pick up some yards on the ground, keep your offense on the field, keep their offense on the sideline, and you didn't do it. You didn't do it. You didn't have faith in your run game, which I understand why you didn't have faith in his run game. It hasn't.
Well, yeah, like I said, hey, you can throw it every down. I don't care. If we're trying to win the game, throwing it every down and you get 0 yards, but you had 4 attempts. I'm fine. You're telling me exactly what you want to do. We're going to throw it every down today, gentlemen. I'm like, okay.
You cannot You cannot say, let me just play the start of this again.
I thought we actually ran the ball relatively effectively.
You cannot say that in a game where you run the ball for 1.4 yards per carry.
What's relatively effective anyway?
I don't care about one quarter, one drive, one sequence. You cannot say, I thought we ran the ball relatively effectively when your team ran it 17 times for 23 yards. What are you saying, coach? What are you saying? You thought that's effective?
No, he was hoping in his mind that they were going to be more effective. He's like living out in space somewhere with that thought.
I don't know. I don't know how he said that. I don't know why he said that. Like, again, here's my disclaimer, my press conference disclaimer. When the coach is winning, nobody cares what anybody said. Nobody cares what he or she has to say at a press conference. It's fine. He could tell me to F off if he's winning every game. He could say, BK is a dumbass. F that guy. He shouldn't have a job. And you know what I'd say? Thanks for the free pub, coach. Keep winning those games. When the coach is losing, everybody's psychoanalyzing what gets said because we're looking for why things are not going the way we want and who can we point fingers to for why things are happening.
Yeah, but he's giving you ammunition by saying what he just said.
Right. So I get I'm being overcritical and you're being overcritical this morning. And so people are like, why do y'all care so much? But I don't like the head coach saying I thought we ran it effectively when it's now 3 games in a row against Georgia where they have been as ineffective as you could possibly be on the ground. Like, there's no way the coach is actually feeling that, right? Like, maybe he's just saying that to be positive. We know he's a positive guy. He's usually overly optimistic. There's no way he actually feels that, like, that was a effective rushing game, right?
No, no. Just there, he kind of overthinks it. Just no, we didn't run it. We haven't run it well for 3 games. We got to find a way when we play teams like Georgia and some others in the SEC that we can run the ball better. It's not like it's all wishful thinking. I got it. I know what you're wishing you could do and you're hoping you can do, but to go back to a particular run and a guy bouncing backwards, he's a kid. He's playing the game. Tell your running back coach to tell him to fall down at 5 yards. And then what are you going to say when he just gets a 5-yard loss? Oh, it's just a 5-yard. No, he's got to fight. He's got to fight for more. I mean, it's
just been a struggle all year. I mean, we said it yesterday. Like, this is Steve Sarkisian's worst rushing offense that he's ever had as a head coach or an offensive coordinator. It just is. And he's got that incredibly long streak of 1,000-yard rushers in every season. And right now, with 2 games left in the regular season, Trey Wisner leads the team with 375 rushing yards. So that streak's going to come to an end, and we're not even going to be close. We might not have a 500-yard rusher this year, Buck. And the coach is like, I thought we ran it pretty effectively. It's like, no, all year the run game has been a problem.
Yes.
And it starts at the top. Yes, the offensive line hasn't been good enough. Yes, the running backs themselves hasn't been good enough. You had a chance to address those positions in the offseason. And like you said, Buck, you're the coach. You're the coach. You're the offensive coach. You are responsible for finding a way to get your run game going.
Yeah, you chose to hang with the same offensive linemen that have had some experience. You didn't go in the portal. You went to the portal for your defensive guys, but you didn't pay attention to your offensive line.
Right.
And you didn't look for a star running back out there. And you figure like I would figure that you're going to find a great runner in the state of Texas that's going to want to come to Texas. But you know what? Then if that great runner comes, you better have him ready as a freshman, and he better be ready to go. And your coach and your offensive running back coach and your offensive line coach better make sure that young guy is ready to play at the University of Texas as a freshman. Yeah. If those are the type of guys you're getting, we don't even see them.
I think coaches are problem solvers. And unfortunately, this problem appears that it cannot be solved this season. So, assuming Steve Sarkisian is back, solve it in the offseason. Find a way to get this run game going, because you're not going to win championships with the type of rushing attack that the Longhorns have this year. Everybody knows.
By the way, you can throw it every down too, but your guys do have to catch it too.
Well, that helps too. Maybe go get a few more receivers. It would also help if your quarterback's not getting pressured 30 times a game. If you are going to go full Mike Leach, rest in peace, and just throw it 50 or 60 times, it would help to have an offensive line that can keep that quarterback upright a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, it's just That was a little stunning to me yesterday.
No, there was no. I knew he was. I mean, he said it when I heard it yesterday that I thought we read it effectively. I'm like, when it be running effectively against this same group in three attempts at them?
No, they had that great first drive. They were very effective running the game on the first drive. They had 7 carries for 33 yards. You had that 16-yard Trey Wisner run on his very first carry of the game.
That's all I would have needed as a running back coach to be in my head coach's ear. We need to run it more, coach. We need to try this again and try it a couple more times. We can't just abandon this thing. Even if we get stuffed, we have to go back again. We had some success. So, but once you get down 28-10, 35-10, now we understand what's going on. We as fans understand you're not going to try to run against that defense when the score is that. I don't care if they drop back and prevent defense and they only rush 2 and 9 guys are dropping back. I'm not running against them. I'm still throwing. So we got that part.
Well, it was, again, 7 carries for 33 yards on that opening drive, 10 carries for minus 10 yards.
Well, he's not then going to tell us how they protected well, that they didn't get any pressure.
Well, we'll get to more sound from Steve Sarkisian here in hour 2. We also have to talk about these Anthony Hill injury rumors as well. But our man Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered is going to join us here momentarily. We'll get his thoughts on Texas, Georgia, his thoughts on all of the action around the SEC. But before we do that, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Thank the folks over at Relax the Back. Boy, am I comfortable today. After that fantastic treadmill workout to Donna Summers, I thought my back was going to be humming this morning. Well, it was humming all right. But now that I sat in my chair, thanks to the folks at Relax the Back, I feel fantastic. If you've got any problems with your neck, your thoracic, your lumbar area, your hips, your shoulders, please call in our friends over at Relax the Back. Select zero-gravity recliners, select office chairs. And folks, they have all kinds of accessories that are going to help you or somebody that you care about who is suffering from pain in their back and different areas of their body. They got 2 great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. The holidays are upon us. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now a word from our friends at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
There you go, kids.
Come on, Tom. All right, good stuff. Love Audio Visual Consultations and love our man Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered, who joins us every Tuesday just after 8 o'clock to go around the conference. CP, good to see you, man. How are you?
Guys, good morning. Did Lane Kiffin break Twitter or what?
Yeah, he probably did.
I just went to go check Twitter and I'm getting a server error.
Yeah, Twitter is down this morning. We're wondering if Steve Sarkisian broke Twitter or Lane Kiffin broke
I think
Twitter.
This is a Lane thing. This has got to be a Lane thing. Yeah, I know Sark is – no, it's Lane. It's Lane.
Well, let's start right there, CP.
Yeah.
We'll get into your thoughts on Texas, Georgia, and some of the other action from around the conference this past weekend. But, yeah, yesterday, Buck, we haven't talked about this yet, but a story came out that Ole Miss has given Lane Kiffin an ultimatum on a decision for next year. He has until November 28th, 10 days from now, which is the date of the Egg Bowl rivalry, Ole Miss, Mississippi State. Lane Kiffin has 10 days to make up his mind. Is he staying? Is he going? CP, you're more tied in than we are. What's the latest with the Lane train?
Yeah, I mean, I think he definitely has an ultimatum, first things first. And I applaud Ole Miss. I mean, it's at some point, you got to make a decision, crap or get off the pot. I mean, I think Ole Miss has got to stand 10 toes down here, and they got to brace for impact themselves. You know, if he decides not to come back, they can't let him leave in the 11th hour, and then they're just sitting there with, you know, kind of lost in the wilderness looking for who our next head coach is going to be. So, I mean, listen, if you don't know by then, and here's the problem, no answer is an answer. If you don't know by then, you do know, you just don't want to say it. So
Right.
I don't blame him at all. The latest with Lane, though, I mean, guys, it's who knows, really, truly. I will say this, like, I mean, being in Oxford over the weekend, which was so interesting, the game felt like a footnote. You know, it was important, but it wasn't the most important thing. I heard within a 24-hour span from both sides, Florida and Ole Miss, that being, that the deal was done for their respective sides. And I'm not talking about, I heard this from, you know, Billy Bob Gator 94 on a message board. Like, I'm talking about people that I really trust, that I think know a thing or two about a thing or two, and then a guy in Oxford that owns a local business there that supposedly knows Lane Kiffin. Like, and I would believe it. They both, within a 24-hour span, Friday and a Saturday, said on their respective side, hey, this is the number, this is the years, it's signed, it's done. Well, obviously, nothing is signed, nothing is done. He's parading around, visiting Gainesville, visiting Baton Rouge. LSU folks feel like they're in it. They're really confident now. I mean, the only person who knows what's going to happen is Lane Kiffin. He's such a troll, guys. He's such a troll that I'm like, maybe he is trolling us all, and he's just parading around, visiting these places like a kid on an official visit, just to say, hey, I'm actually going to stay at Ole Miss. You know, you think back to LSU. He wanted that LSU job when they hired Brian Kelly the first go around, and LSU wouldn't give him the time of day.
Yeah, he's going to make them pay.
And I also know that you know, Strickland over at Florida at one time said, guys, he'd never hire Lane Kiffin. Maybe he's trolling both of them, saying, hey, like, you want me so bad this go around, I'm gonna dangle the carrot in front of your face, and I'm gonna snatch it out from under you in the last hour. I don't know. Then again, maybe he is going. It's nobody really knows, to be honest with you, and nobody really knows except Lane. So I'm fascinated by it. It's the thing we just can't stop talking about. And if I'm an Ole Miss fan, I think they've got a right to be frustrated, though, because it's taking attention away from the thing that should be the focal point, and that's the fact we're in the midst of one of the best seasons in school history. But nobody's focused on that right now.
Well, what they want to do also, if Lane Kiffin decides to bail on them, they need to have a real live coach there. And in my mind, for some odd reason, I'm thinking of the guy from Vandy being courted by Mississippi, because once again, once Pavia is out of there, that Cinderella story is over with again for a while. They become Vanderbilt all over again. So their head coach needs to get the hell out of there. And I got a feeling that Ole Miss is talking to him behind the scenes. If our guy leaves, we got a lot of money here for you, and we'll do a lot of good things, a lot better than you can do at Vandy for sure.
Yeah, that's the positive, I think, for Ole Miss, is that the money they're willing to commit to Lane Kiffin. I think any coach is going to see that and say, okay, well, they've got the money to throw around, and that's going to attract a lot of big names. Does Clark Lee leave? I get where you're coming from, Buck, just from the standpoint of, like, is it going to get better than it is now? And should you get out while the getting's good, while you're
get the hell out of there,
while your stock's as high as it will ever be? He is a Vandy guy, man. He cut his teeth there. I mean, he's in the midst of building the program.
There are still those kind of guys around.
They're still around, believe it or not. I mean, but again, you never know, man. The almighty dollar speaks, and you're right. Maybe he'll say, hey, man, like, I've gotten this Vandy program to X level. I don't know that I can quite get it past this. You're right. What does the post-Diego Pavia era look like? The name that I heard when I was in Oxford was John Summerall, that they were going to zero in on if Lane walked. So they seem to really like. I mean, I think John Summerall's got a chance to be a really good head coach wherever he goes, because I think he's going to get an SEC job. But that was the name I heard more than any that was circulating, that, you know, if Kiffin walks, they're going to be ready to offer him the job.
Yeah, John Summerall, the current coach at Tulane. All right, Chris, let's go to the on-field action. Texas and Georgia. New year, same story. The Dogs get the best of the Longhorns. Your biggest takeaway from Georgia running and hiding against the Longhorns on Saturday night?
Yeah, I mean, this one feels pretty cut and dry and simple. You're right, BK. It was the same story. I know there's a lot of frustration right now amongst Texas fans because, some things with Steve Sarkisian, his results against, top-tier competition. I believe it was I think it was our buddy CJ Vogel that tweeted out the stat about him against, Kirby Smart, Ryan Day, and I believe one other, and he's like 0-7 in those games. And
Bama coach.
Yeah, I mean, it's at some point, you're not winning those big ones. That's you're at a place like Texas to win those big ones. That's what you're judged off of, is winning the big games. But there's a positive and a negative, I could argue. The positive is that Texas knows where they want to go. They know where they are. They know where they want to go. Georgia's going to expose where you have to go and what you have to go through to get there.
Sure.
Like they're going to expose any weakness you have. And I think 3 games playing them, it's very, very obvious. And hell, Kirby Smart laid it out for you in the postgame. And I don't know if he was taking like a direct shot at Texas necessarily. I think it was a shot at anybody that, hey, some places do what they do. They sign checks. They bring guys in. We hit people. We're physical. Like, we hit at our place. Like, the comment made me want to run through a brick wall because I love listening to Kirby talk ball. But, like, he's not wrong. It's just such a different mentality with them. I don't think everybody can be Georgia, but it was a very pointed comment. Hey, it's like he said last year, we didn't come here to take pictures. Like, we're not about the glitz and the glamour. Like, we're about punching you in the face, and we're going to bring it. They're not going to win every single game, but we talked about it last week, guys. Can you get to 3 yards a carry? Can you get to 2.5 yards per carry? If and when Texas beats Georgia, they're going to have to run for more than a yard a carry, 1.4 yards a carry. They're going to have to, because then you put it all on Arch Manning, and that's just never been the recipe for success. I mean, listen, Texas has kind of been who they've been all season, and they bounced back, and they were able to get to 7-2 and back in the playoff conversation. But at no point was that offensive line ever built to carry this team to the college football playoff.
And nobody fears the running backs. They don't. There's nobody. They look in the SEC. They know the one kid had a fantastic year last year with a big time line that we thought was good but could have been better. And then that same kid behind this line is not even the same. It's not even close.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's most disheartening if you're a Texas fan is you just got outcoached. You got outcoached too. I mean, the onside kick thing happening. That was a massive turning point in the ball game. And again, I was in Oxford. I had a buddy of mine that was in Athens, and I talked to him afterwards about the game, and he said, Chris, the most surprising thing was in that fourth quarter, who, again, against a Texas team super talented. I mean, we all know that, especially the Texas defense. What he mentioned to me, and this is a guy that knows football now, a lot of hands on hips, and Georgia made Texas pretty much quit. I mean, they just beat them into submission, and they leaned on them. Georgia wasn't able to run it at a super high rate those first 3 quarters, but teams always talk about winning the fourth, winning the final 15. I mean, Georgia just obliterated them. I mean, they finally just beat them into submission, and obviously it made that score a lot uglier than I think that game really was. Through the first 3 quarters of play when it was, 14-10 going to the fourth. So I think that was the surprising thing.
Yeah, Chris, we're doing – Steve Sarkisian has said it was a 14-10 game like 10 times in his press conferences, either Saturday or yesterday. So we're doing the 6-7 thing for 14-10 with
okay.
Sark.
Really.
It's going to be on his headstone. Like, only trailed 14-10 going into
hang
the
the
fourth
banner,
quarter.
right?
Yeah.
Hang the banner. No, it's
God.
The embarrassment, Chris, the embarrassment of that onside kick after last year, they faked they already had got 2 fourth down plays on you. You jumped offside, but the embarrassment of the fake punt last year, and then Sark says how we practiced against that play. I'm like, okay. It's really embarrassing when your guy kicks it and all your guys have their back to the ball. They're running to set up a wall without seeing the guy kick the ball. I mean, that's like 101. That's coaching 101. See the guy kick the ball before you start turning and going. Everybody has their back, and the guy picks up the ball. And if the guy would have been able to run with the ball when he caught it, he would be back to the guys that were receiving the ball by the time the other guys even turned around. You can't let that happen. You can't have your special teams get used like that 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like I said, Texas is just one of those places that, kind of like the way LSU folks talk, like 9-3 will probably eventually get you fired. It will get you fired. Like, you got to win those big games.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, you got to break through and win those big games. I don't think Texas's season's a failure because they lost to Georgia and they got beat up by Georgia. I thought before the season this was going to maybe not the final score, but yeah, I mean, I thought this was going to happen before the season. I did not think Texas was going to go into Athens and beat Georgia, admittedly.
Sure.
You shouldn't have lost to Florida. That's the one I still look back and I'm like,
Right.
I mean, and again, why did you lose to Florida? Well, you gave up 6 sacks and you couldn't run the ball, and it turned into a nightmare in Gainesville. So, but it's just who this team was this year. When you can't win at the point of attack any better than they did, they were probably fortunate to be at this point in the season with only 2 losses, if we're being totally honest. So,
Sure.
which is disheartening, but it is what it is. And next year will be a big one and I'm not trying to obviously say, I mean, there's still stuff to play for this season that we'll be there this weekend at the Arkansas game. That's a rivalry game. The A&M game, huge rivalry game. There's a lot to play for, but I'm just thinking about next year. That's going to be a pretty big one, man. Like you at some point, again, you keep losing these big games, and then the whole shtick and the post game and what you're saying, it grows. People grow very tired of it very quickly. You got to break through that glass ceiling, and again, how hard are you going to be on a guy that was back-to-back playoff appearances, Final Four? He's definitely earned a opportunity to get it right and fix it. But yeah, a team like Georgia, they're going to show you where you're falling short, and if you don't get it right, it's going to be a long year next year too.
Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us. All right, last Texas question, Chris, and I know our audience is going to be pissed that I'm even asking you this, but I'm going to ask you this anyways. Do you see any path where the Longhorns can make the playoff at 9-3 if they do take care of business against the Hogs and the Aggies?
Well, it's an interesting question, BK, because, I'm sure you guys saw we had David Pollock on the show last week, and that's a guy that obviously I really respect his opinion, and as a football guy, I just value what he has to say. And, I mean, he was very adamant that he said, hey, Chris, 9-3 Texas, would they win over Georgia or A&M? He felt like, which I don't know how any of us can predict what the committee is going to do or what they're going to think, but he felt really confident that the committee would look at Texas, say, hey, you know what? Kudos to you, Longhorns. Kudos to you for going to Columbus. You didn't have to do that. You did. You played Ohio State closer than most this season. We're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't know after that Georgia game how you can.
You can't lose like that. That's too many.
Yeah, like if the final would have been 14-10, then I'm like, okay, hey, you're looking at it a lot different, right? You're looking like, unfortunately, the lasting image in that game is Gunnar Stockton and company running wild in that fourth quarter and just kicking you out the club. They kicked you out the club, essentially, is what happened. Recency bias is a hell of a drug. So maybe if they were to do what South Carolina did to A&M, but finish the job, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Realistically, though, guys, I don't see it. I mean, even when David was talking about that, a 3-loss SEC team getting in, like, I don't see it. I can't see it.
They want to be represented also too.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna have too many 2-loss teams that I think deserve to get in. Could chaos happen ahead of them? Sure, but I think it's a long shot at best at this point.
Yeah. All right. Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us. Well, you mentioned the Aggies. A&M 31, South Carolina 30. That doesn't tell the whole story of what happened at Kyle Field Saturday. Bigger win for A&M or just worse loss for South Carolina? I guess my question is, is this more telling about A&M or is this more telling about where South Carolina is as a program right now?
I mean, I think two things can be true at once. I think the bigger takeaway is the implosion by the Gamecocks, really, truly. I mean, to be up 27 points at half and lose, and your coach act like a doofus going into the locker room, pumping up the crowd and just doing things good head football coaches don't do. We're just being totally honest. I mean, I don't see Kirby Smart doing that. Heck, I've never seen Sark do that. I've never seen anybody who's worth a darn do that. Here's the thing. I would say this. If you're going to go undefeated in SEC play and just undefeated in general, you're probably going to have to win a wacky game. Like just a game that doesn't make sense. Because, I mean, I didn't think anybody would go undefeated this year. And granted, A&M very well still might not when they go to Austin. But I didn't think anybody would get to 11-0. And sure enough, they're going to. I think it's probably more telling of how much of a dumpster fire South Carolina is. And any school with expectations would be firing their coach in their predicament. But thankfully for Shane Beamer, he's at the University of South Carolina, where y'all think the Aggies have never won anything. They've really never won anything. I mean, so,
So
I'm not
31-30 is okay with them, huh?
I mean, I guess so.
Wow.
No, I mean, it's not okay. It should be the breaking point. I mean, it's pretty ugly down there right now in the Palmetto State. But again, when I say they haven't won anything, guys, they've won. I mean, Texas fans can scoff at this because you're Texas, but they've won 9 or more games in a season 8 times in their history. They've won 10 or more games in a season in their history 4 times. They've been playing football since the late 1800s, just to give you some perspective. So, unless they lose to Coastal Carolina this weekend, I do think Shane Beamer's back. Crazy we're even talking about that, but I do think that at least be enough to get him out of there. But yeah, for A&M, I mean, you find a way in the second half. They were completely dead in the first half, and you got to give them a lot of credit for taking it. They went out there in that second half and they took it. And they did what I thought they were going to do for the entire game. But again, I think to go undefeated in this league, you're going to have to win a wacky game or two. And so, I don't hit the panic button on A&M at all. It's just a win's a win. We'll see if it carries over into the Texas game, but I don't draw a bunch of conclusions from it and all of a sudden writing off everything else they've done. The interesting thing, though, for A&M is just they gave Texas, and we all did, so much hell for the schedule. Look at who they've played.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the entire bottom half of the league is who they have beaten up on. So Texas might not be at 1 or 2, but they're better than pretty much all them other teams they've played and beat up on, and they're going to have to do it on the road. So it's weird. It's like A&M you think should be coming in that game with all this confidence and this momentum, and we're the ones that are undefeated. It kind of feels like it's like their worst nightmare a little bit. Like, oh my God.
It is their worst nightmare. They're about to have their worst nightmare.
Texas, I can already tell, is going to have just this delusional confidence that,
you
know what? We may not be as good as we want to be this year, but you know what? We can't lose to the Aggies.
That's the way it is.
That's the thought. Y'all still can't beat us, period. The big brother, little brother thing.
No, that just doesn't work here. I want them to be so happy, and they look so happy after that win. It was great. I was really disappointed in that first half. I was like, oh my God, they're not even playing. And whoever was calling plays that was just awful in the first half. Quarterback was awful. The run game was awful. And the way they came back, they're so happy right now. Who do they play this week? Do they play like Charlotte or
Sanford, Buck?
Yeah,
Sanford. Gainesville High or something?
Sanford Bulldogs. Put some respect on them now from the great state of Alabama. No, it's Cupcake Saturday for sure.
And that's Saturday, good because Texas will have to dogfight against Arkansas here.
Don't say
so. So it's not like there's a cakewalk back here in Austin on Saturday. There's a lot going on here. Boy, you talking about if you lose this one, there are going to be some stuff going on. You think rumors are abound now about the head coach here. You lose the Arkansas game here, it's going to get really ugly really quick here.
I'll ask y'all that question. I mean, is there real momentum behind let's get Sark out of here? Let's throw our name in the hat or in the ring when it comes to the coaching carousel. Is that,
I don't think, Chris, by the people that really, really matter, right, that it's there, but
the fans
there's too much, something's being created behind the scenes by somebody other than Texas,
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
and
the
Sark,
the NFL rumors are like I don't know if you saw
Oh, see,
Desmond
that's the
Howard.
one. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the one.
I don't think anybody who actually has any say in a decision that gets made at Texas has
yeah,
any interest in firing Steve Sarkisian. But, we had the Diana Rossini report a few weeks ago. Now we've got Desmond Howard. Well, he's taking out trash on Instagram talking about Sark.
he lives in Miami, so somebody's whispering something to him.
Yeah.
But
So,
Chris, I was telling BK earlier. I said, in this day and age, no coach just comes out and says, "I love where I am. This is where," except for James Franklin. I mean, he went after he got fired, talked about how he loved Penn State. That guy will love anywhere right now. But a guy like Sark, why don't you don't have to speak through your agency. You just come out and say it yourself. I'm not going anywhere. I came here for a reason. This is a great job. It's a great place. But it never seems to be that way. It's just, oh, we got to play Arkansas this week. We got A&M. We'll see how things go. I don't want to give up the play call. I would just be saying, no, this is my job. I love this town. I'm not going anywhere.
You know what I think it is? All these coaches, though, they all want leverage. They all want
that's what I'm saying.
They all want you to. It's kind of like the girl or just when you're in a relationship and one side likes to make the other jealous because they kind of want to remind you that, hey, just so you know, I could leave. You know what I mean? Like, right? It's like that toxic. But they all do. All these coaches do that.
Why would they do that?
It's why none of them come out and just give a blatant answer, one way or the other. So
I make $11 million. I love this place. What are you, out of your mind? Where do these rumors come from?
Well, then they're going to be like, oh, you don't need a raise. It's fine. Yeah, you don't need a raise.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, they want a
like
raise.
Lane Tiffany. You're like, let's see if I can get this number to 20 mil.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. If I can get it up another 2 mil, I'll be good.
Please fight over me. I love this.
Oh, God. All right, last one for me, CP. I don't want to talk about it, but we'll talk about it. Oklahoma going on the road and beating Alabama. Alabama dominated this football game, but 3 turnovers, costly mistakes, and credit the Sooners. They made the most of their opportunities, and that defense really stepped up in the second half. Look, nobody cares about the yards. We only care about who wins. Oklahoma, a huge win. I think the biggest win for Brent Venables in his career in Norman. Your thoughts on that? And do you feel like both of these teams are now playoff teams this year?
Yeah, y'all were really in hell this past weekend, by the way. Texas Tech won, OU won, A&M came back and won. What else happened? I don't know.
Yeah, well, Texas lost. Don't forget Texas
lost. Yeah. That part. Yeah, it was. One of my favorite things the last couple of days is seeing our guys Travis Davidson and Tyler McComas fighting with people on Twitter about why Oklahoma earned that win and deserved to win. And it is interesting because that game, you can look at it through 2 different lenses. Number one, Oklahoma forced those mistakes. Their front, you know how like we talk about in baseball, a changeup or a slider, it's the great equalizer. Oklahoma's front 7 is the great equalizer. They're the thing that can change a game and just wipe you out, and they can wipe out their own mistakes and deficiencies. And, they did that. I mean, they forced the issue. And I even told them, we talked about it last week, what was the key for Oklahoma to go in and pull the quote-unquote upset, right? I mean, not that it was like a massive upset, but it was an upset.
Sure.
And it was rattle Ty Simpson, but do what LSU couldn't do, which is finish the job and get the ball off of him. And they did that, right? Because LSU was able to rattle him, but Ty still played a pretty clean, efficient game. Oklahoma was actually able to get the football out of his hands and get it off of him with some of the mistakes he made. Obviously, the pick 6 was massive. The fumble on the punt was huge, and that was a really good football play. If you go back and watch it in slow-mo, they punched it out. I mean, it wasn't like it was just Alabama just gave it to them. That was a forced mistake by OU. On the flip side, BK, you're right. If you're a Bama fan, you're like, we gave them that game. Yeah. There's just no world where we should have lost that game. Heck, I've seen Bama folks say, not if we played them 10 times, we win the other 9. It's just that day. What happened, but that's all that matters is what happened on Saturday. So
their quarterback's pretty healthy now.
Yeah. John Mateer
he's healthy.
Yeah, he's rocking and rolling. So listen, nobody thought, and I was included, nobody thought they were going to go into Knoxville and win. They won. Nobody thought they were going to go in Tuscaloosa and win.
Yeah.
They won. I mean, at some point, man, you got Mizzou and LSU left. Yeah, Oklahoma's got as good a shot as anybody. I mean, they're a team. We're talking about Texas at 9-3. God, I could argue at 9-3. OU has a case.
Yeah.
With who they've beaten, in the schedule they've played. I mean, I don't think it's that crazy to argue that. Now, does it happen? Probably not, just because, again, it's going to be so crowded with 2 lost teams. But, man, we're talking about resumes. I mean, I could certainly argue it, but, you got a chance to handle your business, and that'd be a moot point. But, yeah, that was it. I agree with you, BK. That was the biggest win of Brent Venables' tenure by far.
Yeah.
Massive, massive game. I mean, you think about it. We were talking about a couple of weeks ago that, hey, he's not totally out of the out of the clear in the clear from the standpoint of, is he going to be back next year? If they scuffle down the stretch, and you got to give a lot of credit. I mean, got to give a lot of credit. That was a massive, massive win. So it wasn't pretty, it wasn't sexy, it wasn't flashy, but again, when you got a front 7 like they do, man, it's the great equalizer.
100%. All right, Chris, great stuff as always, my friend. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the ball this week, and we'll chop it up next Tuesday.
Thank you,
BK Buck, appreciate it. Excited to get to Austin.
Yeah,
man.
hit us up. I forgot. Hit us up this weekend when you get to
We're
town.
getting in Austin late Thursday, and I think I've already got lunch planned Friday at Matt's El Rancho, which I've never been to.
Now you're talking.
Oh, yes,
Never
sir.
been. That was a place somehow I missed last time, and we'll be off and running. Sure, we'll go to Terry Black's, and we'll be, like I said on social media, the Horns may not be going to the playoff, but damn it, I'm going to 6th Street. So
There you go.
we're gonna have a good time either way. But
Be careful with those knockouts at Matt's. It's just.
I mean, dude, I've only heard about it. I'm like, I gotta hit this place up, man.
Yeah,
gotta hit this place up. So.
Lunch is a good time too, because the waits for dinner get out of control. So you're doing it right, going Friday lunch. But safe travels, man. We'll see you this weekend.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all. We'll see you this weekend.
All right, Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered, covering the conference as good as anybody. You can find them on YouTube or wherever you get your podcast, or all over social media as well. Yeah, I mean, we've spent so much time talking Texas, Georgia, and we'll get back into Texas here in a moment. But obviously a huge win for Oklahoma. And as Chris said, the Sooners' last 2 games against Missouri and LSU, both home games for the Sooners. So they control their own destiny. They're a 2-loss team. If they win both of those, they will be in the playoff. And, yeah, you talk about the year from hell. OU, A&M, and Texas Tech could all be in, and we could be watching.
Yeah, they're gonna win both those games at home.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, they're going to be favored in both. And it's, Venables, he's off the hot seat. He's not getting fired at this point. But, God, if he blows this opportunity.
Oh, it'll start back again next year.
It'll start back again. Like, really?
Let me ask you, does he have another year there?
Yeah, he does.
Wow.
Yeah, he could come back. He could go pro. I think it'd be wise for him to come back.
I do too, because he's really playing his best ball right now. He looks good.
Yeah. I mean, I still don't think he's been the same player post-injury as he was beforehand, but also the level of competition has ramped up a ton.
Oh, for sure.
For Oklahoma once they got to SEC play. So I don't know. I mean, look, if he gets hot down the stretch and they make a run to the playoff and win a game in the playoff, I'm about to throw up in my mouth, then he could be gone. But yeah, he does have one more year of eligibility if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, I as we were talking about, I just don't think Texas would have to do something. Things would have to fall way in their favor over the next 2 weeks. And they would have to not only crush Arkansas, but they would have to crush A&M too. It can't be a field goal win. It had to be a 2-touchdown win for anybody to even think about it. And they can't be in a dogfight this week.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there's still a path. Yeah, you can't be in a dogfight this week, but
no.
If they beat Arkansas by 17 and they just beat A&M, I think there's a chance. I really do.
You do?
And they're going to need some help from around the country, of course. We all know that. We'll see what the rankings look like tonight, right? We'll get our 3rd set of CFP rankings this evening, and maybe that will give us a clearer picture on what has to happen for Texas to have a chance. But, yeah, I mean, I think the committee is going to not give Texas a pass for losing to Ohio State, but I don't think they're going to hold that against Texas very much. And I do think the Longhorns have a chance to get over a couple of 2-loss teams because one of their losses is against a really good non-conference team.
Sure.
So now Texas has to beat A&M. Like they got to win these 2 games before any of that even matters.
Absolutely.
Again, we're talking about a head coach who has lost 6 straight games against top 5 teams. So all the focus, first of all, it's on Arkansas this week. And Sark spent some time yesterday talking about how this can be a dangerous Arkansas team. We got to make sure our focus is right here on Saturday. Yes, everybody knows what's coming up 1 week from Friday, but we got to worry about this team and this game right now. But
For sure.
yeah, I mean, it's so much that Texas has to do right before it even matters what everybody else does.
Oh, no, they have to win 2 games. They have to be able to run efficiently.
Yeah, that would help a little bit. All right, we'll get into more Steve Sarkisian sound. Also, the Anthony Hill injury. I don't know why I said injury so weird. Injury notes. But before we dive back into the Longhorns, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Coach, our friends at Sue Patrick have an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and tons of Longhorn-themed gifts and items there at their store. Wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. Sue Patrick offers free shipping on online orders over $59, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Go by and say hello to Jay and the whole gang over at Sue Patrick. The Jelly Cats are there awaiting you. I got to get that Tyler Campbell soap detergent. We've run out. I've been told, get on over to Sue Patrick and get that so I can make all of my laundry smell good. You know, not just some of my stuff, but all of my stuff. They've got that at Sue Patrick. They have all the great books over there. Make Your Bed, Conquering Crisis, The Hero Code. Yeah, 2 of those 3 books the Buck has already read. Yeah, that makes me feel, it almost makes me feel good. This one's a little bit thicker, so maybe Christmas, maybe around the old Christmas tree.
There you go.
But you can get all that stuff right there at Sue Patrick. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, love Sue Patrick. Also love our new friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting.
Let's get them up.
Holiday season right around the corner. And yeah, you want your house to look great, but you don't want to deal with the hassle of putting up lights and then taking them down after the holiday season. It takes forever. It's not safe. And they're probably not going to look all that great. That's where our friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting come in. They are a full-service professional holiday lighting company that specializes in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. They handle everything so you can enjoy a stress-free holiday display. It's all the magic without the hassle. That's their slogan. That's what they are about. It's safe, professional setup. It's classic, colorful, premium designs. They do basically whatever you want for you. So you can have a house that looks great for friends, for family, for the entire neighborhood, but you don't have to put in the time and effort to hang up the lights. They are fantastic. They're fast and reliable. You don't have to worry about storing any lights either. They will take care of all of that. So give them a call, 833-4HUMBUG. That's 833-4HUMBUG. Or you can shoot them a text, 512-222-1820. Check them out online, humbuglights.com, to schedule your free design consultation today.
And say hello to our friends at Horseshoe Bay Resorts. Of course, horseshoebayresorts.com for more information on wonderful stays and great rounds of golf out at Horseshoe Bay. It's going to be a beautiful couple of weeks. So get it over with. Get out there, get yourself around at Slick Rock, Ram Rock, Apple Rock, Summit Rock. If you can get to any of those courses, it is well worth it. If you can get to the villas out there, the hotel, the floating bar on Lake LBJ, the amenities out there, the villas, you will absolutely love a stay out at Horseshoe Bay, about an hour from downtown Austin. It is fantastic. Love the folks out at Horseshoe Bay Resorts.
Yeah, get you some of that Altstadt beer at that floating bar.
Oh, yeah. That's what you want on that floating bar.
It's a great combination right there. Yeah, Altstadt beer makes for a great combination with anything, watching sports, hanging out with friends and family, the holiday season, whatever you have going on. Your good times are made better with the greatness that is Altstadt beer. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, available all across the Lone Star State. You got tailgates coming up or watch parties coming up this Saturday. Make sure you show up with some Altstadt beer. You've got your Friendsgiving party showing up. Make sure you show up with some Altstadt beer. You've got Thanksgiving coming up next Thursday. You show up with some Altstadt beer. Everybody is going to love you. So many different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. It's authentic German-style beer brewed right here in the heart of Central Texas. I'm telling y'all, one sip and you will not go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Nice.
All right. Some unfortunate injury news for Texas coming out of the Georgia game. Our own Chip Brown had it first. He reported yesterday that Anthony Hill Jr. suffered a broken bone in his hand during the fourth quarter of Saturday's loss to Georgia. He did finish the game against the Bulldogs, but apparently that hand was pretty swollen after the game went final. And as of now, his status for this week's game against Arkansas is unknown. Steve Sarkisian was asked for a bit of an injury report yesterday. He talked about Ryan Wingo and he talked about Anthony Hill, a pretty short answer, but here's Steve Sarkisian talking about both of those guys.
Both Ant and Ryan, we're making sure that they're going to be okay. I'm not ready to make that diagnosis on where they're going to be yet, but feel optimistic about it.
So feels optimistic.
Did they take the thumb off of Ryan Wingo and stick a toe there in replace of his thumb? Is that what they've decided to do?
Yeah, I don't think Ryan Wingo suffered an additional injury in Athens. I think it's in relation to the dislocated thumb that he suffered against Vanderbilt.
I'm pretty sure that son of a bitch hurts.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah, I think part of the question that Sark was asked was, hey, did the dislocated thumb maybe impact Ryan Wingo's hand?
No, the rest of his fingers just weren't working.
Yeah, then he gave that injury report at the end. So, I feel better about Ryan Wingo playing on Saturday because, again, I don't think there was another injury sustained. I think it's the same one that he's been dealing with. And obviously he played for all 4 quarters against the Bulldogs this past weekend. Anthony Hill's the one I'm more concerned about. And we don't have a ton of clarity on what the injury is. And I don't know if this is a fair comparison to make at all, but I just remember Michael Taft broke a bone in his hand and had to miss a couple of games. So we don't know if it's the same bone. We don't know if it's the same injury at all. But we do know Anthony Hill is really good, and he would be a huge loss for the Longhorns if he's not able to go in either of these last 2 games.
Yeah, they probably, if you're going to give him an opportunity to be off, it would be this week. He would want to be in that A&M game, and they would cast that thing up for the A&M game. And from that point on, if they're in playoffs or whatever, he would play with a cast on. I don't know if he plays the very next week if he has a broken bone. I don't know if you let him do that. Especially, I mean, in between, if you're just looking at it and not having surgery and it's just hairline fracture, you probably go ahead and tape it up, cast it up, and let's go.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. We'll get our first injury report of the week tomorrow night. So maybe we'll get some more clarity again on what the deal is with Anthony Hill. But yeah, I mean, he's the best player on this defense. It'd be a huge loss. I mean, he leads the team in tackles, leads the team in forced fumbles, tied for the team lead in interceptions. Obviously had that big pick to set up the Longhorns' lone offensive touchdown drive this past weekend. He's second on the team in sacks, second on the team in TFLs. All-American last year, preseason All-American this year. He's a semifinalist for like every big award that he can win. He's a future first-round pick. He's a beast. He's a beast. And, Trey Moore, Leon Galafau, Ty Anthony Smith, those guys are all talented, but they're not Anthony Hill.
No.
They've all had some ups and downs, and Anthony Hill, pretty much every Saturday, you know what you're going to get. So I know this Arkansas team's 2-8. They're not very good. I'm not going to try to argue that they are very good, but they are 3rd in the SEC in total offense, and they are 6th in the SEC in scoring offense, putting up more than 34 points per game. Their offense has been a lot better than Texas's has statistically this year. And with the way the Longhorn defense has played these last 3 games, I'm a little concerned. I'd be a little concerned even if Anthony Hill was playing, but you're telling me the best player in the middle of your defense might not go? I don't really love that, Buck.
No, I earlier in the season, there's certain games that I always thought would be a problem. I knew the Florida game would. This one I wasn't thinking this year as being a problem. Now I'm starting to think of this as this is going to be a hell of a game on Saturday.
Yeah, I still feel pretty good about Texas winning and covering.
Yes.
Arkansas's they're really bad. They're really, really bad. I know Texas isn't as good as we had thought, but Arkansas is 2-8 right now, and their only wins are against
Only thing
Alabama A&M.
The only thing to screw up the Longhorns are to overlook this team, which they can't overlook anybody, you know. Well, they could because they were 14-10.
Yeah, they were. Well, here's Sark. He was asked about that yesterday, right? Everybody knows what game is next for Texas.
Yeah.
So here's Sark when he was asked about playing Arkansas just 6 days before the huge rivalry game against A&M.
Yeah, I think it's a very scary game because this is a very dangerous Arkansas team, and we addressed that with the team this morning. You put up their last 5 games, the score of all those games, and like I said, 23-22, I think, versus LSU. The Auburn game, Auburn gets a late score to make it 34, I think 23, something like that. A&M's 45-42, Mississippi State's 38-35, Tennessee is 34-31. So they got their attention real quick. You turn the tape on, it gets their attention real quick. But I think the other side of it is, man, we're restoring a great rivalry. And it's first time for Arkansas to be back at DKR in quite some time. And so I know our guys are excited about that too. They've had to go there twice now, and they know what that environment was like. So for them to come here and to play in DKR, I know our guys are excited about the opportunity. But we need to be careful. I'll definitely say that.
No, they're not a very scary team. You have a very scary team. That's what it is. That's what makes me scared. Your team is scary. It's not that Arkansas scares you. It's just your team scares me. Yeah. And I don't know if they know about the rivalry. That I don't know. They're still working on that part of it, I believe. Player wise, they're just kind of young to it. It's not embedded like the one that your mind can drift to the following week.
Right.
Know?
Yeah. I mean, look, Texas did play at Arkansas last year, so the players got to experience some of that hatred, and we know Arkansas fans absolutely despise Texas. But yeah, I mean, look, the A&M, they're a bigger rival, and it's a bigger game every year, but especially this year. One team's 2-8, the other team's going to come in here 11-0. So, yeah, the overlook spot would be this Saturday against Arkansas. And if you aren't buttoned up, like Sark said, Arkansas hasn't won a lot of games, but they played a lot of good teams in the SEC close.
Very close, yes.
This year. And like you said, I mean, your goal is to still make the playoff, whether any fan agrees with that or not. Inside that locker room, they're still talking about like, hey, let's go out there and dominate in these last 2 games and give the committee something to think about here. You've got to win, and you've got to win with some style.
That's what I believe for sure. I believe you have to really win with style in this game.
So to me, it's like, I felt like Sark could have said this last week, and maybe it didn't work, but everything you worked for all offseason long is to make it to the college football playoff and have a shot to compete at a national championship. Your only chance of doing that at this point is to take this Arkansas team very seriously and take them behind the woodshed.
Yeah, his speeches for Georgia will have to change. This is a championship game. No matter, I don't care if it's the first game of the season, the second, after 27, I don't care what game it is. This is a championship game, period.
Well, it's no longer a championship game. I think the whole bit for Steve Sarkisian there, after the loss to Florida was, we want to win the SEC championship, so we need to win all of these games so we can get to Atlanta. They can't get to Atlanta anymore.
No.
So now this is a make the playoff game potentially.
This is hey, room blocks ready down in Shreveport.
Yeah. Do you guys like me? Go win the game, please.
Yeah, really.
I think they like him. But yeah, Anthony Hill, again, that's some tough injury news coming out of the Georgia game. And here's the potential worst part about all of this. Remember, Anthony Hill is draft eligible after this year. And I don't think he's coming back. I don't think any of us think he's coming back.
I don't think he's coming back.
I hope that we have not seen Anthony Hill play his last game as a Texas Longhorn. Like, if he misses these last 2 games and Texas doesn't make the playoff, he's not going to rush back.
He's got a broken hand.
Right. He's not going to rush back for Shreveport Bowl or Music City Bowl or whatever it is.
Playing the damn A&M game.
Right. So, yeah, Anthony Hill wants to play. This is not I'm questioning his desire. No, he's not going to check out. He cares too much about this school, and he knows what the A&M – I mean, he was committed to A&M at one point.
Right.
There's some personal stuff with him for the Lone Star Showdown. But
he's not about his future, and he's got a broken hand.
Well, if he's not cleared to play, then it might not be his choice. So Anthony Hill played well against Georgia, but it would suck if his last game as a Texas Longhorn is his team getting pummeled 35-10. And he deserves better than that. No, not 14.
Not just 35-10. Remember,
you can't. Okay, all right. You can do it for 14-10. You can't do it for 35-10. But that would suck. That would suck. So for a million different reasons.
Close though, BK.
I know. Well, this is not live football. They play 4 quarters here.
Yeah, that's the deal. It's not live football. And that group that you played against is there for 4 every week.
Hell, even live has gone to 4 rounds now. Even they realize it's not just a 3-quarter game anymore. It's 4 quarters, baby. 4 quarters. So, hoping for some good news with Ant Hill. Golly, Bobby Petrino, dude. I don't think Bobby Petrino is getting that job full-time because Arkansas just hasn't won enough games since he took over for Sam Pittman.
Right.
But if there's any chance he can get it, he can really help his cause by going into Austin and winning this game.
For sure.
And shoot, either way, you're a legend at Arkansas if you could beat Texas, especially on the road when your team sucks. I mean, the Hogs might go 3-9 this year. If one of those 3 wins is against Texas, they're going to be celebrating a lot.
Hey, why doesn't Sark bring in, since Petrino won't be there, bring him in as your offensive coordinator? Play caller.
Yeah, I mean, you could do worse, but I think you could do better in 2026 than Bobby Petrino doing that. But I don't think you'd be alone. I think there'd be some Texas fans who would be okay with that. I think there are some Longhorn fans who are like, just anybody but Sark.
There's tons of those now all of a sudden.
Just bring in somebody who can call the plays for the offense as long as it's not Steve Sarkisian.
I think Sark would be. I mean, I just know how much those guys don't like giving that shit up,
Right.
But I think he'd be doing so much better as a head coach in situations where he can call defensive timeouts if he chose to. Hey guys, what are we doing back here in a secondary timeout? Let's get together here.
Yeah.
I think he would be served well to find somebody to do that. I know he hates to hear it. He's hating to hear that.
Of course he does. And he's not alone, right? It's not like he's the only coach in America that calls his plays.
No.
And most of those guys, they've got giant egos. They think they're the best. Like Sark's thinking, I got this job. He gave this exact answer a couple weeks ago. He's like, I got this job because of the type of offensive play caller that I am. And he's right. So I got the gig because those Alabama offenses looked so good under Steve Sarkisian. Chris Del Conte is like, yeah, I want that. We want that here. So like that, he knows that, and he's right about that. But it's impossible to do either job as good as you could possibly do it when you're doing the other job. I mean, head coach.
And that other part that we're talking about, that other half is very important to the team.
Yeah, well, it's the more important half, You keep getting crushed in game management situations by elite coaches.
Yes.
And it's frustrating. Like, look at the coaches you can't beat. Ryan Day, Kirby Smart, Kalen DeBoer. You're 0-7 against them. None of them call their own plays. There's a common theme between all the coaches that you cannot beat. Yes, their rosters are really good. Guess what? Your roster's really good too. You recruit at that level. Hell, you recruit better than Kalen DeBoer's Washington teams. I could tell you that.
Yeah,
those coaches are able to focus on everything else that encompasses a college football game day, and they let somebody else call the plays. Those are the teams you need to beat. Those are the coaches that you haven't been able to beat. Maybe learn a thing or two from that.
Yeah, there's going to be an ego battle here.
Oh, of course.
Sark and himself, and Sark and the powers that be as this thing starts, especially if they don't get it done. These next 2 games, there'll be a battle in that part, BK. I truly believe now. With all this stuff that just keeps coming up and popping up, there's smoke for a reason here. This isn't just people just wanting to start shit. There's something going on.
Yeah. Well, I said it yesterday in regards to the Sark offensive coordinator conversation. I do wonder if these next 2 games are prove-it games for Steve Sarkisian. Like, if this offense goes out there and plays really well and Texas scores 35+ against Arkansas and A&M and the Longhorns win these 2 games, then maybe Sark will get another opportunity to call his offense next year. But and it's more so the A&M game. Like, if Texas beats Arkansas and puts up 50 and then they have a stinker and lose to A&M, no one's going to give a crap about the Arkansas game.
No.
So it's really like the A&M game next Friday. If Sark wins and the offense looks great, then I think he maybe gets another opportunity. But if not, then I think they'll probably tell him, you have to hire a play caller. And then that's where you wonder, okay, if an NFL team offers, is that the final straw? And Sark's like, I'm taking it.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting, especially with the fact that dude's not saying, I'm here, win, lose, or draw. If you still want me here, I'm going to be here until I fix it.
Right. He has not come out and said that.
No, why don't they say that, BK? Well, I mean, Chris, we were talking, why aren't they allowed? They're allowed to say that, correct?
Of course they're allowed to say that. Yeah. And Sark will get asked about this on Thursday, you would think, unless he addresses it online beforehand. The next time we'll hear from the head coach is Thursday. Yeah. I would think, somebody asked him in a post-game press conference about the Mississippi State rumors. So I would think someone's going to ask him about these Desmond Howard rumors, or whatever you want to call them. I don't even know what we're calling them. Desmond Howard's Instagram post, for whatever that's worth.
Taking the trash out. No, somebody told him something. Somebody he knows that knows something.
Right. Or somebody he knows, or somebody he knows that doesn't know something.
That's true.
You're seeing it with Lane Kiffin. There's been all sorts of reporting about Lane Kiffin. Does anybody have any actual idea what's happening? No, not at all.
He knows. Lane already knows.
Yeah, I think Lane knows. Would I be surprised if Steve Sarkisian is having conversations, or at least his people are having conversations with other people? No, I wouldn't be surprised, but nobody knows for sure what he wants to do except for him and his circle.
Yeah.
Desmond Howard ain't in that circle. I can tell you that much.
No, so if you want to be someplace, you tell them there's nothing to it. I'm here. Let's fix it. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm with you. Any thoughts on James Franklin to Virginia Tech?
Oh, like I said, he would have taken the Moravian job in Bethlehem, PA, or the Lehigh job. He just wants to coach again. He just told everybody after getting off, he just wants to coach again. He's a coach. He wants to coach. He wants to go there and improve. And, he's in a good recruiting area because he's used to recruiting Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania. He'll do okay there.
God, I know Virginia Tech hasn't been great since Beamer left, but you're putting them with Moravia and Lehigh?
Yeah, but their expectations were high when Beamer were there. I mean, they haven't been that high. They just want to compete in the ACC. They want to be in the thick of things at the end of the season every once in a while, and then head off to some bowl game somewhere. They're not looking to be in playoffs here anytime soon. By the way, with James Franklin, they're not going to be anytime soon.
Well, he made the playoff last year.
What do you think their chances are with Franklin? I mean, he can recruit, right? I mean, he's a pretty good recruiter.
I think it's a great hire for Virginia Tech. I don't think James Franklin is like the most elite head coach in the world. Everybody knows he's 1-20 against top 5 teams, but
is he Sark-like?
He's worse than Sark. He's the worst coach against top 5 teams in the history of college football. Good news is the ACC doesn't have a lot of top 5 teams. Buck. They don't have Ohio State. They don't have Michigan in that conference. So that should help. And Franklin was 128-60 over 15 years as a head coach at Vanderbilt and Penn State. So I think that's a great hire for them. Like the last 2 hires Vatek made after Beamer left, Justin Fuente and Brent Pry, those guys had 0 Power 4 head coaching experience. Now you get a guy who's very experienced, been there, done that. So I think it's about as good as Virginia.
I do. I would agree.
I don't think they're going to start winning championships or anything. No. But like for them, that feels like a pretty good hire. I'll call it a home run.
Are the Fighting Irish done with anybody that can beat them?
Yeah, they got. I mean, they beat Pitt, who didn't even try to beat them.
Well, they didn't care if they got beat by 100.
They've got Syracuse and Stanford left.
No.
Notre Dame's in the playoff. It sucks. It's because they could be taking a spot from Texas or taking a spot from somebody else who's probably more deserving. But Notre Dame's in the playoff right now. By the way, with one last thing on this James Franklin thing, he was originally owed $49 million by Penn State after he got fired. Part of his deal with the Hokies includes a $9 million settlement with Penn State. So does that mean Penn State's off the hook for the other $40 million? Am I reading that right?
Or do they just have to pay them the $9 million and the $40 million still comes to James Franklin?
Yeah, $9 million's fine. It ain't $49 million.
Yeah.
If that's the case, Penn State's got to be the happiest school in the world today.
They're not getting off the hook for that. No,
I don't
he's
know.
getting.
Sounds like they reached a settlement that it's $9 million.
Really? Instead of
what that means?
Hey, I told you, he just wants to coach ball.
Right. Clearly. I think that's crazy because how could you turn down a free $40 million to do nothing? But he just wants to coach ball, like you said. And Vontae's going to pay him a lot, of course. But, like, dude.
I would be thinking about getting my $49 million and getting on a retirement plan somewhere and getting on a boat somewhere.
Oh, my God. No question. Yeah, you would never see me again.
Never to coach football ever.
Someone gave me $49 million. Like, the most I would do is show up on podcasts from time to time. I ain't coaching again. No, thanks. I'm good on that.
No. You mean you'll stay away from coaching for $40 million? Yes, I will.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go fish today, I think.
Yeah, I think I'll play golf today and tomorrow.
I'll go ahead and do that. All right, quick shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you were in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, no better place to go than Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71. How about more than 40 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs? They've got it there. 3 dealerships on one lot, 7 different brands. So if you're not entirely sure what you're looking for in a new whip, just go to Covert Bee Cave. Their inventory is unmatched. Their people are fantastic. The service you get there is second to none. They're, of course, part of the Covert Auto Group, which has been a staple in the Austin area for more than 100 years. And what do they say about those Covert deals, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Covert Bee
I'm
Cave.
sorry to the people out there. I should have got you more money with that Cowboys. I should have let BK talk me into his last.
Oh, come on. Don't blame me for that. I questioned you when you lowered it from 150,000 to 25,000. I was like, why? It's the Raiders.
Don't scoff at a win, right? The people should be happy.
Yeah, no, it's 25,000 units. It could have been 150,000. So people are a little upset with you because you chickened out. When you got scared, I think the people are like, well, now do I even follow the Buck at all?
Yeah, I got a little scared on that. I don't know why.
Raiders
are absolutely horrible.
Raiders are horrible. And you did get it right. And you are up 175,000 units on the season. And all of that came from this past weekend, including Monday. So
that's right. It's because you know who'll be playing. Oh, we got Maction tonight.
You got Texas basketball tonight taking on Ryder, the Bronx. Don't call them the Broncos. They're just the Bronx. Get a little action on that. You got some action tonight. Anything?
Who's the Maction? I'll put 25,000 units on. We got Western tonight, Eastern, Northern Shore, Michigan, something from Michigan. Somebody from Michigan will be playing tonight.
Of course. That's how it always goes on a Tuesday. You've got 3 games. Western Michigan at Northern Illinois. Akron at Bowling Green.
I'll take Bowling Green for 50,000 units.
You don't care about the records. You don't care about the spread. Nothing.
No, it's at Bowling Green. I'll take Bowling Green. Last time I bet on those tires, I lost.
Bowling Green is a 3.5-point favorite.
Yes.
Akron. Bowling Green is 1-5 in the MAC.
And Akron is what?
3-4.
I'll take Bowling Green.
And then your last game, UMass at Ohio. A little out-of-conference affair there.
Has UMass won a game this year?
They have not.
James Franklin would have taken that gig.
Oh, I forgot. UMass is in the MAC now.
They are?
I think. At least it says on ESPN they're 0-6 against the MAC. Maybe they just only play MAC teams.
They only play MAC. They're not in the MAC, but they just play MAC teams.
0-10 overall, 0-6 in the conference. How bad is Massachusetts?
0-10.
Ohio is a 33.5-point favorite tonight.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And you know what they are, though? I bet you they're not second in the nation in penalties.
No, that would be the University of Texas. That is second in the nation in penalties. Yeah. Georgia State is first for those curious out of the Fun Belt Conference.
We do know who number 1 and number 2 is because we're trying to get to number 1.
We want preseason number 1 in the polls to postseason number 1 in the penalties. That's our goal. That is our goal. All right.
The head coach needs to be doing more than calling plays.
Let's bring on Double R and Wags. Agreed with you there. Gentlemen, Good morning. Double R, it's good to see you. You know what, Buck? I'm going to let Rodney explain the story. Wags and I already know what's going on. We weren't sure if we were going to get to see Rodney today or tomorrow, but Double R, explain what happened.
I got a call from the Pentagon.
So this deal, so I'm at jury duty, right? So for me, it's really, I mean, it's kind of cool to go to the courthouse and not be the one on trial for a team.
That always makes you feel better.
You know, whether it's a speeding thing or a hot check thing, you know, whatever the case is, I've always been the one in the hot seat. So I go rolling up there, and you know, you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting, and they tell me they said you're seat number 5, and I'm like, oh man, that's not good, because there's 12 people on that panel, right? And so we go in, they ask all these questions, and I'm really, really trying to like get myself eliminated. I'm giving all these big answers and all these whatever. Well, as usual, I think my mouth outshot my coverage, and I got picked.
Oh,
so I'm on the jury. I am on the jury, and I'd already seen, you know, the person this was a personal injury case, which what I should have said to the person there, I should have said, you got the wrong guy. You need to call the hurricane, is what I should have said. They'd have thrown me right out, because, by the way, the people that were defending this person, it's one of them big old, you know, guys on TV. I never saw that dude there.
No, of course
never
not.
saw that dude there. Anyway, so I'm on the jury. They send us off to lunch. They pull us back in, and I do the whole I do thing or whatever. And yeah, I swear to
Got
swear.
married yesterday?
He lied his ass off.
Yeah, got married.
Citizenship came in yesterday.
yeah, exactly. I'm like, where's ICE? You know. So I shit you not, this was so weird. So we start, and I have seen the person that is like trying to gain a lot of money in this little civil action case. And so we start, the attorneys start, and by this point, guys, I'm intrigued. I'm like, okay, it's going to be Tuesday and Wednesday that I'm going to have to do this shit, but this is actually pretty cool, you know, because I'm getting into it. I'm taking
paid to judge people. You're getting paid to judge people.
$20 a day, brother. $20 a day. I got me a crisp $20 bill out of this.
You're still getting paid. You're still getting paid to make a judgment on someone. That's awesome.
Well, we do that here every day.
I know.
Yeah.
Court
So
TV.
anyway.
Court TV. You can watch Court TV, Ronnie, and you'll be just fine. You don't have to be there.
So we start, and they go, and then they're like, the first witness is the person that's suing whoever. And so this person goes walking up there. The person starts talking. I mean, I saw the name, I saw the person, everything. They start talking, and I'm like, wait a minute here. Something seems familiar here. Person says their name. Person says what they are there for, how much pain they're in, all this stuff. The wheels are starting to turn, and then the person says, I haven't been able to do my real estate job since this happened. And I'm like, wait a minute. Says the name of the brokerage, and I'm like, holy shit. This person used to be a coworker of mine. The person is a little bit older than, I mean, I'm a little bit older too. And as the person's talking, I see the person like looking over at me, because I'm sitting on the jury panel, and I'm like, uh-oh. And so it's like, I know this person.
Was this person with IHS fan?
No.
Okay.
Real estate.
My bad.
No, Rick Epstein was not on trial. So neither was Sean Clinch. So this
That's
is
what I was going with.
And this person is like, this is so vivid to me, remembering this person and the tendencies of this person. And I'm like, whether I want to say anything or not, I can't judge this case, because I've already decided.
You already made your decision.
And so there's a little break in there, and I'm like, bailiff, come here. And so I tell him, I'm like, dude, I totally know this person. I worked with this person. I have already judged this person.
Yeah,
He's
no
like,
matter what they say.
Guilty.
Yeah. No, I'm like, no, 10 cents. That person's getting 10 cents. And so he's like, okay. So he goes and talks to the judge. So they come out of the recess. We all go into the back room over there, and all the jury's like, I wonder what's going on. You know, I wonder what this is all about. And I'm just sitting there, you know, you can't talk about this shit, right? And so So I'm just sitting there. We all go back in, and the judge says, all right, we're ready to start. However, we have had an unforeseen circumstance. Juror number 5 says my name, Rodney Rodriguez. I look over at the person that's on the stand, which is the person in question, and that person's like this. Juror number 5 has been excused due to a conflict of interest. And I'm like, no, I have no interest.
Yeah.
And there's no conflict here.
You're trying to explain yourself.
So they escort me out, and on the way out, number 13, which is the alternate, kind of nudge her on the shoulder, and I'm like, it's all you, babe. You
And
have
then
at
she's going, yeah. Hey,
oh,
thanks
you,
a-
babe.
Thanks a lot, number 5. We
Yeah, so it's
appreciate
like,
that.
I'm like, are you kidding me? And people are like, so how did you not know ahead of time? I'm like, dude, I don't look like I did 12 years ago. But seriously, it's like this person just starts talking. And I'm
audio,
like, I'm like, holy shit.
Put on a few LBs or something?
No, just looks a lot older. And this person always had a problem. You know what I mean? There was always something. There was always an injury. You know, maybe limping around a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I hope the judge is listening to us today.
Malingers.
Yeah. I'm like, it looked like that robot. She comes rolling into the courtroom, the person comes rolling into the courtroom and looks like that robot from Friday.
Oh my God.
So you didn't have Tommy DeVito come in there as the substitute?
No, it's some other person named Melissa. That's
She
the backup.
is so pissed at you.
That is great. Well, good to have you. Glad you're here.
Glad you're back, man.
What a day you had yesterday.
So I've got $20 in my pocket from that ordeal. The 4 of us are going to go out.
You didn't stay the whole day. You didn't stay the whole day, and they gave you a crisp 20?
They gave me the crisp 20 when I checked in. They're like, here you go. I'm like, man, the last time I got $20 was I was doing a lap dance. You know what I mean?
There you go.
No further questions for me on that one, Your Honor.
All right, boys.
Yeah.
Listen. Have a good day. It is. Y'all be safe out there. You know, make today the best day. Make it a great day. It's a great day to have a great day.
That's great.
Yes,
I like that.
See you, boys.
Yeah.
Later, boys. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. My partner in crime, no pun intended, is back.
Hey, I wasn't
back.
on
Birds of a feather, amigo. Birds of a feather.
I know, and this guy, Wags texts me that, birds of a feather. I'm like, well, wait a minute here. I can't help that I knew the person. You know, we're in real estate. You know, it attracts these kind of people. I'm just kidding. I've got a lot of great.
Does real estate have a track record for that?
Real estate agents. When I was doing that,
I do feel like real estate agents are usually slimy or sleazy, right?
We always had the stigma of being like independent used car.
It does. You do have that brand, right? You do have that brand.
I hated it. And that was the one thing where I always tried to break that ceiling when I was in that position, Wags, because I would roll up in T-shirts and shorts and shit.
How come every pose that you guys do, it's always like this?
Oh, I know, right? Yeah, no, not me. I mean, the headshot that I wanted to have as a realtor, I wanted to have like an Altstadt in my hand, leaning on my junky car, and they would be like, "No, you can't do that." I'm like, I'm the people's realtor.
I would have done the Buddy Christ.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, when you look at when I was in real estate, I didn't sell $1 million property. Well, I sold a couple, but I was like in the first time home buyer. I sold mobile homes. I mean, I was the people's realtor. I'm like down to earth kind of guy. You know what I mean?
I would literally get me on like a raft floating in like a pool. That probably wouldn't sell that much stuff, but I mean, hey, I want to present happiness and a good time, not somebody that's looking intimidating or something like that, trying to sell and blow down all the real estate markents. But anyway, good to have you back, dude.
Glad to be here, brother.
Let's hear. I heard a little bit of your post game thoughts. You want to kind of share those sentiments here a little bit and kind of continue that? We didn't get to hear from you yesterday, but we all had a healing space, right?
Yeah.
We have embraced the fact that we aren't going to the college football playoff, or the Texas Longhorns aren't going to the college football playoff, and it's a time to heal and to address looking taking our horizons, gazing at the horizon and checking out the transfer portal and seeing if we can get some, I don't know, linemen, offensive linemen, or what, as Kirby Smart says, people that not just get checks but people that are there to hit you. So I don't know if you saw that little nugget that he had on social media there, but yeah, Kirby's, man, Kirby does very well to take the bulletin board material stuff that gets you fired up, but he's also really good at putting it out there too, man. He's also really good at giving you those sound bites that just kind of fire you up, right? Like, all right, yeah, you ain't the only school that's hitting, right? Like, but hey, I can't say anything about Georgia right now, man. They absolutely own Texas, and they came out and only one team looked like they were throwing punches on Saturday, buddy.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And the most frustrating part to me, and this is what I was talking about on Saturday night, is the fact that you go rolling up there, the magnitude of this, and your opponent, and you know the coach that you are facing is the one that has been your Achilles heel, and you just look so ill prepared for this contest. I mean, you roll out the first offensive series. It looked like it had a little bit of potential to me, Wags, and the whole lack of
after the first series.
Yeah, man. And it's like the whole lack of not wanting to run the ball. And it's like time after time.
Is it lack of not wanting, or is it inability, right? Is it not wanting to, or inability? Those are two different things, right? Like you can want to run the ball all damn day long, but if you can't run it, what the hell are you gonna do? I mean, try and find screenplays or try and find wide receiver screenplays to get to the edge. I understand that, man, but God damn, when you're playing from just in a one phase game or a one phase position of a ball game, dude, it's just hard to win. And not only that, I don't know if you heard this yesterday or not, but you're beating yourselves, right? Like you're going out there playing two teams on Saturday. You're not going to win.
No. And what frustrates me about the running game, and I know that the offensive line is a question and whatever it is, but it really seems like with the running game, it's the tendency of this staff, of this regime, to where if the run isn't going to work once or twice, you abandon it. Don't even go back to it. But yet
they were getting 5 yards a pop before they abandoned it.
That's my point. It's like it was working, but it's like these little screens and these things that you want to swish off to the side and all that. It isn't going to work, but you're going to try it 10 times until that 11th time when it finally works, and then you're going to keep doing it. It's like, dude, turn around and hand the ball off and try to gouge. When you give up on the offensive line that fast, that the running game is not going to work after trying it 2 times. But to your point, it was working. I really think that this is something where, what do we say, Wags?
I don't know. You got down early, right? Like 14-3, and you're pretty much, I guess naturally you feel like you have to abandon the run and get to your quick strike offense, which Texas does not have a quick strike offense.
Well, and that's that whole sense of panic that we see all the time, to where it's like you do get down. And that's why I always say a fast start is important. And that's what was so cool about the Vanderbilt game, to where it looked like a whole different mindset. And that's where I'm thinking, okay, maybe something has clicked to where you're going to do something different. You're going to try to start fast, and you're going to explore and do different things and have a little bit of variety, and maybe go outside of the script a little bit that you run all the time. First play of the game, what did Sark do? Goes to the outside to Wingo, the same shit that has been great the last 2 times, right? Coach Ronnie Mills.
You can even go back 2 years ago. I mean, if you really want to dial it up, that's the shit they used to do with Worthy too, to get him on the edge right there and kind of shake up things. So it's pretty predictable at this point. But I mean, it might just be predictable to us because we have all seen it firsthand, week in and week out. So we probably know the script a little bit better than everybody else does.
Well, it's on tape.
That's my optimism kicking in. Of if I'm being critical, you got to change some shit up.
Yeah, it's on film. I mean, people get paid a lot of money to watch film, and when they go and they watch,
that's some people's job. That's all their job is just watching film. So.
That's all they do. Hell, we watch film all the time. That's our job. And you go in there and you watch that time after time. You watch the first series, and it's like, I got a pretty good idea what's coming.
You know what's frustrating, dude? If we're the ones that are seeing it, like, how in the hell are they not seeing it too? And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I keep going back to that. We're not geniuses, right? Like,
no. Pretty close, though. Pretty close.
Guru or anything like that. I played ball, but I mean, I ain't no guru.
No,
But still, if we're seeing this shit from the novice or untrained eye, what the hell is everybody? What are the pros seeing?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you go back and you watch it, it's just too repetitive all the time. Chan's got it on the Coda text line. By the way, 222-9328. Check in there. The run game keeps the defense honest. That's really the whole key to this.
All phases, 100% all phases. Like you can't overload.
And this is where I go back to me, the key to the running game is in the early set of downs. You got 4 downs is what you're allotted each and every series, and you try to get a first down. If you run the ball on first down and you get 4 yards, to me, that's a win. You ain't got to get 10.
I know, but that's still like that's you 4 times 3 equals 12. I get what you're saying here, and that's a first down every 3 plays, but still, like, you got to change it up or else they're just going to stack 8 in the box. So,
well, I go to 2nd and 6 to where it's being ahead of the chains, to where if you can get a little bit ahead of the chains, that's really the key. But when you come out and you try a swing pass and you lose 2 yards and it's 2nd and 12, or an incomplete pass, and because people can't hold on to the ball.
Yeah, I think that's part of that's what I was alluding to, right? Like that's half of my frustrations too. Like you're running, you get 6 yards on a play on first down, and then you abandon the run, for the next 3 downs, and you go to the air, right? And you have 3 drops, and then you got a punt. So and then all of a sudden, Georgia gets down the field and scores again. Now you're down 14-3. Now you're basically forced to play from behind, which I don't know, bad schemes. And you can dial it up however you want to dial it up. Bad coach. I'm not going to say terrible coaching, but you were absolutely outcoached.
Totally. Again, and it's in these big game situations. And to me, Wags, it's the lack of discipline. It's one thing. It's one thing if you get beat on the field. I know that we always talk about that Texas has a roster that is, should be as good as anybody else's. For the money that you pay for this thing, you should be as good as anybody. But it's the discipline and the lack of discipline when you get into these situations, the penalties. I know there's a penalty on every game. I know there's holding on
every play.
Yeah, but the lack of discipline and lack of discipline, and of course Sark addresses
not that onside kick in particular, but we knew where we might be vulnerable to one. We actually practiced that kick in practice with anticipation that it might occur, and we didn't field the ball, and so it was a risk they were willing to take because it's a 21-10 game. We field that ball. We're getting the ball in the plus 45, and with offense with some momentum to go score, they took the risk and they recovered it. And
there you go. Well, that's more on that, and that's a whole different point for me, Wags, where we talked about this on Saturday night as well, where something's coming. You know something's coming. We talked about fake punts. We talked about snapping to the up guy. We talked about all of that, and it was like, how are you not ready? You need to be ready for that every time.
How are you not on the alert like every time? Like, how are you lackadaisical? How are you complacent? How are you allowing like each play? And maybe, I'm being overly critical here, but each play you should be feeling like something's going to happen or trick plays coming up your sleeve or I don't know, maybe if you're Texas and you do have that type of, ego or whatever, you feel like, oh, well, it's Georgia. They're just going to come out here and play it straight up here. It's 14-3. They can just beat the shit out of us. So I'm very frustrated with the lack of urgency, right? And I guess I would say the way that they performed after coming off of a bye, like it felt like there was no life. I don't know. I expected more. And again, I'll credit the first drive.
What'd you do?
It felt like things were actually moving. They were pushing people off the ball. The battle of the trenches were actually won, in my opinion, by the offensive line for Texas in the first drive. But after that, man, it all fell apart. And then we can go to the fourth quarter when it just went to complete disarray. But I don't know. I expected more from the offensive line. After a bye week and trying to get the right combinations down, I expected a better a showing, and we did not get that. Absolute domination against a team that wasn't dominant on the defensive front. They haven't been able to get after it, right? And now they look like they're all getting ready to get drafted again by the NFL. So
And that's where it really is frustrating that you made that front look like one of the top fronts in the country, which it's not. I mean, it's a good front, but like you said, they are very susceptible, and that's where I go back to the running attack, and it's like, why don't you even just nibble at that thing just a little bit? I mean, don't throw your hands up so fast and kind of give that up. Here's the discipline thing. I'm sorry, Wags, I hit the wrong one.
I think, like I said, seasons as they go, you ride the wave of where your issues are. I don't think anybody is a finished perfect product even right now, and we're all trying to get better. We were playing without Michael Taft for a couple weeks. We didn't play with Jelani the week before. He gets knocked out the first drive of the game. Now they're back in the game, and so trusting that communication is one of the key components to playing really good pass defense, and the lack of that was the issue where we have to get back to that. I don't think that's a really hard fix for us. I think that's something that we can get fixed and fixed fairly quickly. I wish we could have done it in game. We just couldn't quite get it right. But again.
Yeah, there you go.
I get it. Like nobody's a finished product. I understand that. But in week 10, you should understand like some of the basics and some of the key fundamentals of football 101 or self-evaluation, right? Like you would figure that you would think that your self-evaluation was a little bit better to where you could understand where your vulnerabilities are and kind of, plug and play or plug and fill. Real quick, I'm kind of with Troy right here. Troy says, I call bullshit. He didn't know that was coming. He never saw the tape that showed our special teams were not doing their job right, because if the head coach saw that on game tape, he would ensure it wouldn't happen. To his point, and also like the body language too, like once that happened after that onside kick, I panned right to Sarkisian, and it looked like he was just caught with like a deer in the headlights, like a ghost, like something just absolutely hit him with a ton of bricks. If you know that that's coming, my body type or my body language is being like, what the fuck, guys, we practice this all week long and still you turned your backs, right? It almost looked like he was shell shocked. So I'm kind of with T Money here, man.
But
I don't think he had an idea that thing was coming. I thought maybe he had a notion that, a special play or a trick play was going to happen, but that thing absolutely shocked him.
But here's the point to that, where it comes down to, especially with somebody like Kirby Smart and Zay. Well, I love what Zay was talking about the other night, where he was talking about where this whole thing with Kirby, this love in and all this stuff. Kirby Smart is sitting there dangling a carrot in front of Sark and just kind of making him look bad. The friendship, the phone calls, the text about how's the trip.
These guys are grown men and head coaches. They shouldn't even be paying attention to the gamesmanship of that, right? Like,
exactly.
Sure, there's gamesmanship all over the place, but you're a grown ass man.
You're a grown ass man. Yeah, but to the onside kick.
What do you think? Like, I mean,
he's playing him. I mean, this.
So you agree with? So you and Zay think you're.
I think that's.
I think that they got a better football team. I don't think that they're playing each other.
Well, they do have a better football team. They have a more disciplined football team. They have a more seasoned football team that's accustomed to being in these positions and winning. But this whole thing right there, I think,
at that point too, like it shouldn't matter if somebody's getting played or not. Focus on you, not what's outside.
Exactly.
Focus on what's in your fucking locker room.
And I'm telling you, I mentioned this last week to where Kirby's like, Texas is a great program. And the guys that came on with Bucky and BK, they're like, well, we know, Texas is a really great program and the recruiting that they do. And Sark is a great play caller and all this. They're just sitting there softening you up for that knockout punch. And then they hit you right between the eyes.
My whole thing to that point, my whole thing is have a little bit more mental fortitude.
100%.
That shit doesn't, you're a grown ass man. Like 100%. That shit should not be messing with you. All right. You need to control what's inside of your locker room, not what's inside of your head.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. 100%. And the onside kick, this is where when you're prepared like this and you know that you're dealing with a staff like Kirby has, where you have to, we can say you didn't see the onside kick coming, but you have to have an idea that something's going to come out of the woodwork. It's like, I mean, you don't see it coming, but be ready. I mean, have some hands guy over there. They looked, I mean, if the Georgia guy hadn't been so excited about covering the damn onside kick, he probably would have run the damn thing to the house, because he picks it up and he's kind of sashaying around.
I don't think you're allowed to advance.
I don't know if you can or not. It just seemed like but you were, and it was a special teams guy on the sideline for Texas. I think I read his lips saying, "What was that?" I'm like, dude, that's an onside kick. So, yeah, it's, I mean, the discipline, you were just out coached and you didn't look ready, and you had a week to get ready for this.
That's my thing. That's my thing is you had 2 weeks to prep for this, right?
Yeah.
To get it right and come out and one hell of a shit show. Like it looked like you didn't practice is what it did, which that's the most frustrating part. And the drops too, right? The self-inflicting wounds, man. The self-inflicting wounds are the things that are, it's one thing to go out there and just get your ass beat, but when you're beating your own ass, like that's tough. That's tough to take.
Yeah. No, and that's where I had put my mind into motion. I really did think Texas was going to win this game, dude. I mean, I really did. I really thought that you were going to be.
I love your heart. I absolutely love your heart, man. But I ain't taking you to Vegas, bro.
Oh, but and the whole thing is,
advise my clients on that, Double R. I wouldn't advise my clients.
It's a good call. That's a very good call. That's why you have clients and I don't. And I absolutely do not. So that's the frustrating part is, and this is where I went in and I said, you still have a chance to do maybe some postseason stuff if you lose this game respectively. And I meant go toe to toe with Georgia, like you did in the SEC championship, lose by 3 or lose by a touchdown in a competitive game.
I don't know. I think Oklahoma winning, and usually I'm all about the teams that we beat. And because if you take care of your own business, it works, right? But I'm always about the teams that we beat to do better and to have the best season that they have after we play them. Clearly, right? It makes us look a little bit better. But now that kind of bit us in the ass. Oklahoma with only 2 losses, they're in. We're as a 3-loss team, you cannot put us in. Even though we have the head-to-head, they're in.
Oh yeah. And I've heard, well, if you go out and you beat A&M, the Oklahoma win helps and so forth. I'm like, man, forget that. Forget all of that. I mean, that's not going to happen.
And I've seen all your all's comments. I've seen the Dakota text line too. Like I love all the optimism. I do. It's just temper expectations, guys. It's not going to happen. Like
it's over. It's over. And I have seen a lot of people that say, well, but next year, all these different things. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's going to be a CDC prerequisite before 2026. And we can talk about Desmond Howard saying that
did you see that shit on Instagram about Desmond Howard?
Yeah. An amicable separation coming up right here. Where does that come from?
Mutual parting ways, huh?
Mutual parting of the ways.
He really wants Quinn Ewers back. That's all it is. He just really wants to be able to coach Quinn Ewers. That's it.
Well,
I'm kidding. I'm joking, Double R.
No, and here's where if he wants anything back, I would hope that what he wants back is those dudes along the offensive line. I mean, because that's the importance of those guys. I mean, that's the problem right there. And the expectations were way too high. Is Sark going to leave? I don't know. I mean, he's not saying he isn't. He's not saying that he is. CDC is like, I haven't heard anything about this. Yeah, great, say that. But I mean, it's you go get an OC. I really think that's the answer. And I know
I really think the answer is maybe get him, not doing play calling duties. I understand that and delegating that, sure, but also like you have to be active in the portal this year. We understand that we do not have the hog mollies in the trenches for trench war. We just don't this was my fear before coming into the season, because the good programs, the seasoned programs can have that succession plan, right? They can throw platoons off into the NFL and have them drafted and then just supplement with that succession coming in and have beef on that offensive and defensive line and act like nothing happened. Ohio State, same thing happened with Ohio State, right? You're seeing it with Georgia because these are established programs. I'm not saying that Texas is an established program. It's climbing, it's growing. The culture is absolutely shifted and changed. We're just not at the top of that pantheon yet, right? It is a hard trek to get up there, right? And when we're up there, we're going to be up there for a minute, but we're not there yet. Okay, temper the expectations. All right. This wasn't even supposed to be the year, in my opinion. It was supposed to be next year, right? But it's not going to happen next year. Nothing's going to come to fruition if you don't get active in the portal and address some of our deficiencies, which are clearly in trench warfare.
Yeah, I have made the point many times where in the Mac Brown era, it took Mac a long time. It took a long time to win that national championship. And it took a long time and a lot of headaches and frustrations to get to that point. And I see a lot of folks saying, well, it took Kirby this long to win a national championship. It took Ryan Day this long.
You got to build. You have to build.
Well,
right.
And here's the other part of that, to where even Ryan Day and Kirby, that's a lot more recent than when you go to the Mac Brown reference. But the whole thing is the dynamic of college football has changed so much in the last 4 years, to where when you talk about, like with Mac, yeah, it took a long time because you didn't have transfer portal. You didn't have NIL that was legal. You didn't have all of that stuff, even with these other guys that went out and got OCs to do that part of the job to let you be the CEO. It is radically changed. And this is where you have to do it now. I mean, I know that it'll be, X amount of years next year for Sark, and that he would maybe be more tuned to win that championship in the trend of the other people. But college football is different now. It's all
so
what
now. What are you saying? You saying that Sark needs to get rid of the play calling?
He needs to do that right now.
You seeing that he needs to at least,
give
delegate
that up.
Some of those duties and let somebody else call plays.
Give that up. Bring somebody in. And the first ones that I saw on social media, Wags, it's like he needs to bring in Colt McCoy or Major Applewhite. No.
Well, who would you bring in? Do you have an opinion on who you think that you would want in there?
Not at the moment.
To call the plays?
Not at the moment, because this coaching cycle is going to pan itself out. I mean, James Franklin got a job yesterday. I mean, you need to go find a true play caller, but I don't think that you need to revert back to past history. The Dwayne Aquina thing, I wasn't the biggest fan of that. You bring that guy back and look at the secondary, and it's not solely on him. You lost a lot in that secondary, but think this thing out and go find somebody that's a true play caller to take that from you. Wags.
Sometimes it's best to just kind of wait and let the cloud settle.
Let it play out.
And then go out before you make a knee-jerk reaction. That's all I'm saying. Hey, you know who doesn't make knee-jerk reactions? Our guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. That's right. Your personal go-to injury attorney right here in our fair burg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, wearing that burnt orange, fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through with that burnt orange pride, bringing that same fire and pride to the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, got any type of personal injury at all, just hit up our guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. That number, 512-938-8929. Lottery numbers again, 512-938-8929. Email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? Man, one place to go. It's Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats Covert Deal. Not now, not to ever. Check them out today online at covertbeecave.com. Also have to tell you about our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Mike McCall and his valued toolbox of trades. They'll come out and make that home renovation project a reality for you. For over 4 decades, this father-son team has been serving Central Texans and doing it the right way, whether it's an indoor project like I did with my primary bathroom getting totally renovated and looking like it's right out of a brand new home from 2025, or that outdoor space if you've got an old beat-up deck, you got an old worn-out patio, and you want to get that thing upgraded and make it to where eventually when the weather cools off, you can go outside and enjoy that outside patio time. Well, McCall Custom Homes, they are the folks to call. Get in touch with them today. Free estimates for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners and viewers. 512-633-9580. Again, 512-633-9580. Get that call or text in today. Or check out the gallery of projects and the great reviews online at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Also, if Mike comes out, which he's going to be the one that's going to come out and meet with you and check out your ideas, give you a couple of ideas of his own, because the man is a master when it comes to coming up with some creative design. Get some golf tips from him. Dude's a really, really good golfer. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, 512-633-9580. For over 40 years, we build value into your home. Speaking of value into your home, holiday season is upon us, friends. And if you're like me, so I'm the one very, very last part of the holiday season. I'll go out and throw some decorations up and out in the yard. And that's usually just because I want to satisfy like the wife. I'm like, oh yeah, look, we have lights. Everybody's had their lights up for a month. And here I am with some little reindeer missing one leg out there. And I mean, it looks horrible. People drive by my property and they're like, what in the heck is that? This year, I did the right thing, and I got a hold of my friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting. Check them out online at humbuglights.com. You get a call in there, 833-4HUMBUG, or you can text 512-222-1820. They bring magic to your outdoor space out there. My house has lights on it right now that, it's the very top of the roof where I would never dare to go up there. No ladders, no tangled up wires, none of that I had to deal with. They come out, custom holiday designs, professional installation, full season maintenance and support. They put them up. They're going to come take them down. They're going to store them. Then they're going to call me and say, Double R next year. Where do you want them? When do we need to come out? Multiple design package options are available. Here's what they did for me. Send them a picture of the house. Then they come out. The next day, I got a mock-up of what my house is going to look like. They said, you want to do this? You want to do anything different? I made a couple of changes. Boom, the next day it was done. But you need to schedule right now because those spaces are filling up. HumbugLights.com, 833-4HUMBUG. Text them, 512-222-1820. Residential and commercial services available. You got to do this right now. Like I said, spaces are filling up. The holiday season is here. Remember the tagline, all the magic without the hassle. Humbug Holiday Lighting. Wags, I'm the only one in my neighborhood with the lights up right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not even Thanksgiving, dude.
I know. Mine usually go up the week of Christmas. It's like the Monday of Christmas I put mine up. But
my old man sent me a picture the other day. He said, I couldn't wait. I put my tree up. I said,
hey, whatever. It's like,
it's the first year. We lost my grandma this past year, right? And it's the first year that my dad's been with my grandma for he moved back in with her to take care of her about 5 years ago. And so it's, first year without her, I guess, with him. So I guess he just kind of wanted to be in the spirit, you know what I mean? But anyways, Christmas is coming, man. You guys know the drill. The best dude to call right now. Have you played the audio-visual consultation spot yet?
Not yet. Not yet.
I think it's that time. It's Tom's favorite holiday. Go ahead and fire it off, partner. Let's hear from him.
Time for the holidays. Absolutely. Let me find it. All right.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
I'm about to have a fucking awesome next year. Do you know why? Tom McKay and his crew are coming over here next Monday, my guy, to set up the outdoor patio entertainment. So,
Wags, I got to tell you, man,
what do you got to tell me, dude? What do you got to tell me? Don't get me back into Texas football because I'm healed. I'm back in my healing process.
Oh, man, I'm going to ask you the most important Texas football question after I tell you this. I see your post about your pool and your yard. Dude, I am so, in the words of Tom, fucking jealous of what you have.
Well, jealousy's not love, amigo.
Well, I know. I'm envious of you. I'm envious of
Envy is a deadly sin.
Oh shit! Well, I guess I'm
You
out
should
of
just
that.
be proud. You should just be joyous.
Well, I'm proud. I'm proud, but I wish I had that.
Joyous. You should just be happy. Just be happy. You should come celebrate with me. Not jealous, not envious.
I told you.
Be happy for someone. What's wrong with being happy for a friend?
No, I'm totally happy. Okay. But I told you and I told Katie in that post I'm going to go skinny dip there.
I don't think so. I don't think you're going skinny dipping in the pool. Well, anyway, entertainment feature phase is coming and will be complete on Monday, thanks to audiovisual consultations. About to make my Christmas even better. No, hell, dude. Especially if we're having 80s. My wife told me to make chili yesterday, right? Sure, it's
90 degrees.
Middle of November. Yeah, let's make some chili, right?
Right.
It's 100 degrees in Texas in November still, and we're making chili. That's the only problem, but still, the chili is absolutely banging. But yeah, now we get to enjoy the chili on the deck in the patio while watching some football. We got a pretty decent sized Thanksgiving this year too, man. 10 people coming over, so we're gonna have some entertainment features around it, man.
Well,
looking forward to it. But you guys know, get them on the schedule, like Rodney said with the Humbug Lights, right? Get Tom McKay and crew on the schedule now because the holiday season is right on the corner, and you got to have that perfect setup, that perfect patio setup, or just perfect setup in your house, man. It's all done. It's all deadly with audiovisual consultations.
And the thing with Humbug, I mean, full disclosure, the reason that I reached out to them, number one, I investigated a bunch of different ones, and then I talked to them, and I'm like, okay, this is who I'm going to use regardless of what I decide to do. But this year for us, Thanksgiving is kind of the one that's my holiday, food, family, football. That's the one that I really get jazzed up on for different reasons. Our Thanksgiving is like totally different. I'm going to be out of town. I've got some family that, they're not able to travel and do stuff anymore. So I'm like, I'm going to make my family happy and do the holiday thing more for Christmas. And that being done, I mean, the look on my wife's face when she came home that night and this place is lit up, she's like, oh my God.
She probably thinks you're crazy because it's before Thanksgiving, but I'm sure she
loved it. She's like, oh my God, and so early. Well, you have to schedule early, but
well, at least you didn't procrastinate this time.
For once, right.
To sit here and see some of your all's comments here with Rob, it is frustrating because he preaches for his players to be accountable and then gets to the podium and then acts aloof at best.
Yep.
Yet, I mean, sometimes he does that, right? Like sometimes he has some coach speak, but I also, and maybe this was more towards the beginning of the season, I felt like he has taken on accountability. Maybe not so much in recent weeks, but or especially after the Georgia loss here. But I feel like I've heard Sark take accountability before. But yeah, like I absolutely can't deny with what you're saying here, Rob. I'm trying to put a little bit of optimism, I guess, on the plate this morning here on a Tuesday here. It's I don't know. It is frustrating when you hear coach speak like that, but also let's kind of remember that he has been accountable in the past.
Yeah. And the Coda text line asked, do y'all think that UT doesn't have the nasty moxie in their program? And here's kind of my thought to that, to what you're just saying right there. When you listen to Sark, I mean, very obviously very eloquent with what he's speaking. And I mean, and he speaks well and he's talking, but it's very conversational and saying the things that you want to hear.
What was the question?
Do y'all think UT doesn't have that nasty moxie in their program? And that's a definite no, they don't. I mean, where you heard Kirby after the game talking about it's not about checks, it's not about all this. That's how they play. And it was never more evident than we saw on Saturday night there in Athens. And when you see Texas kind of laid back and inconsistent and undisciplined, and you listen to the different Sark things, yes, there is not a nasty moxie in the program at all. I mean, in my opinion, it just seems like it's very nonchalant, very, very casual.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a sense of urgency either, right? Like it doesn't seem like there's a sense of urgency to fix a damn thing, right? Or maybe you've kind of just put up the white flag and hit the surrender punt and said we'll address things and we're focused on stuff next year. So
yeah,
that's the case. Then let's get after it and let's start planning for and prepping for next year. Kind of making it to where we don't have to go back down this. And again, it's 3 losses, right? But this should feel bad, right? Like 3 losses, 2 losses should feel like shit. Okay, that's a good sign. All right, I'm trying to spit some optimism here. if you do feel like this with a 1-loss, with a 2-loss season, that's the sign that shit's turning, right? It's changing, right? And no more, God, I don't even want to say it. God, I don't even want to speak it into existence, because there's still a possibility that could happen. But no more years of 4-loss team, 4-loss seasons, right? But we're staring at the barrel of a 4-loss season. Oh shit. Let's go to the NFL, man. I can't sit here and lie to myself anymore. And I want to throw shit through my window.
To bookend that, it would be totally different if, let's just say big if. That's a big word with 2 letters.
The sky is not falling, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I'm trying to say. It's going to be okay. Texas football is going to be fine.
If you lose to Ohio State, fine. That to me, that is what it is. I mean, and you lose to Georgia, apparently you can't beat those teams.
It's not the fact. That. So one more thing, right? Like, and I'm completely done. It's not the fact that you lost to Georgia, right? It's the fact that you didn't even show up and give yourself a chance. You had 9 penalties. You had 6 drops. You absolutely beat yourself. You didn't even put up a fighting chance to play Georgia, right? Like that's not. I kind of want to throw the goddamn. Excuse my language, and excuse me for taking the Lord's name in vain. But I kind of want to throw the game out as almost an anomaly. But you can't, because you just absolutely got pulverized. But that is not the team that I expected to show up. And that's not the team that we saw the past couple of weeks either. Like, that's what sucks. Reality is what it is. Okay. That's the results. All right. But still, like, it's frustrating because I absolutely know that Texas can play better. And it seemed like everything was just off. First play of the game, they're tripping on grass.
Yeah.
Like, it's just. Sorry.
We're
good. I can move on.
You got beat in all 4 phases of the game. And when it's like, double R, what do you mean 4? There's 3. No, number 1 is the most important one. Coaching. You got beat in coaching. You got beat in offense, defense, and special teams. And that's the worst part. But like I was saying, so you lose to Ohio State, you lose to Georgia, even though you got boat raced by Georgia. That would be one thing. But then there's that Florida game too. And that's the one where it's like, how does that happen?
NFL time, man.
Let's talk some NFL. Hey, man, dude, I am proud of the Cowboys. This was the one night where I'm like, okay, for all your whatever that you do, Dallas, please come out and for your fallen teammate. And I know he's no longer a part of the physical earth anymore, and the circumstances were horrible the way that happened. But it's like, come on out and play one for your guy. And man, Dak Prescott, God bless America. If that dude just had the rest of the supporting cast on the other side of the ball, this team would be, God, they'd be really good, Wags. They'd be really good. They look good.
They showed up last night. Well, I mean, consider the opposition. It's
the Raiders.
The Raiders, right? Yeah.
The Raiders.
Bad. And I'm not trying to undersell this victory from the Cowboys, but the Raiders are really bad, and that's not breaking news, right? Like, Geno Smith's the quarterback here. What name me their top wide receiver?
Brock Bowers, a tight end.
That's it. It's it.
Yeah.
It's Bowers. It is Bowers, right? But give me besides, and they're even trying to throw, double tight end situation with Bowers and Myers out there now, so Bowers can get quick screens and run up there to try and get to the edge. It's just not working for Vegas, right? And you're trying to put it all in the legs and payload of Genty, man. And it's just not working.
Even the Dallas defense can figure that out. Yeah,
right. Again, like, Dallas isn't the greatest team. We know that Dallas isn't a great defense. Dallas isn't even a good defense, right? Now, look, the new acquisitions made look pretty fun last night, right? And I mean, if they can get some help, I'll speak the optimist. I'll be the optimistic person today. If they can get some help, maybe they can kind of surprise some teams and get into the playoffs. The Tide's absolutely gonna crush them, right? That should have been a win. Hell, a couple of the losses should have been wins too. So we've seen what the offense could be. Offense is absolutely lights out, right? And the Raiders defense, it's got a pretty nasty front four to get after it, to be able to get after it. However, their offense it's atrocious. So Dallas, they can score, they can put up the numbers, man. That's for sure. And Dak looked fantastic.
Dak is great.
Dude, I know that he's had a little bit of a valley, right? But Dak has been peak. Dak has been peak most of, and I think with Darnold kind of, having the week that he had, throwing himself out of the MVP race, I think, for me, it's still it's still Stafford at this point, right? Just because Stafford's just been playing.
The team is good. Yeah.
Lights out. And the team is in a better position to win 100%. They're first in the West. But Dak, man, if you don't have Dak on this team, where in the hell are the Cowboys? That is a legit question. They're probably like 1 win, maybe 2 wins, double R.
Yeah. CD and Pickens are scary, man. Those two right there, and then add in Jake Ferguson. You know that what that offense represents. And by the way, well done, Shoddy. If there was an internal thing right there, you put those dudes on the bench for the first series of the game, and the team looks horrible. But still, you put those dudes on the bench, and then you bring them both into the game, and look what they did. I mean, that combination right there is just deadly and scary with those three dudes.
So I didn't realize how strong Pickens was, right? And it wasn't the touchdown that he had. What was the play? I'm trying to find the play. I had it written down. It might have been for a first down conversion, but he literally caught a out route for 5 yards and then took the defense. I can't remember the defensive back, but took the defensive back and just pushed him for another 7.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just like, Jesus Christ. And that's after he reached up and the dude already had leverage on his body and he was moving him. He was able to set his footing and still get one arm and then still move and push the dude for another 7 yards. Like that is just absolute man-child strength. And that's what you need down in the red zone, man. This offense is fantastic.
This offense is joy to watch. And can I just say this to kind of correlate it back to Texas? So you had with this defense.
Why are we going back to Texas? I just changed the channel.
Here we go. It's Dallas, but so you had 6 or 7 guys playing on this defense last night that weren't even on that did not play the last time that you played 2 weeks ago. But this is a team, obviously the tragedy that you had in there, that's going to be kind of a different factor that correlates in here. But the Cowboys are a team coming off of a bye week. They came out last night and looked fucking ready to play football. They had tenacity and they were hungry.
That's just it.
But still, they looked prepared. Where the team in orange or in the icy whites the other day, they looked like hadn't played in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So I mean,
very deliberate.
That's a difference, and this is where you go and you look at man, Shoddy, when they hired this guy, I'm like, well, is that the last guy in line or what? This dude, I love the job he's doing.
Were you not big on the hire when?
No, I was like, well, him? Why cheap? Is he cheap or what? He's a Jerry guy.
What was the turnoff for Schottenheimer? Just
the biggest thing for me was all these years that he's been in line and waiting for a position.
And he just never had the pedigree.
But dude, this is the guy that makes you want to go run through a wall, not Steve Sarkisian. I mean, you see this guy,
man, dude. See, I know you guys are hard on Sark right now, right? Like, but I have heard Sark be absolutely 100% accountable before, right? And again, maybe it's frustration getting to everybody, right? And I agree with you guys. I don't think it was a good look at what he's doing this past week with zero accountability and just speaking out of his ass with the coach speak. But 14-10. It was never. You can sit there and put the scoreboard up all you want, coach. It was never close. Maybe first series of the game was close, and then after that it was done. But go ahead, Double R.
This is where Georgia is just that good, and Kirby Smart is not Kirby dumb, to where it's like, okay, here's Texas getting back into this thing. Let me try this little onside kick thing and get you with your hands in your nut sack. And we're going to take the ball and we're going to take over the game and put 21 up on you and make you look stupid. That's the difference.
Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, Dallas Cowboys. I mean, great. I mean, running the ball. I mean, now you see another running back that can come into play right here. And here's the thing for the Cowboys. It's like you see this promise coming out of that. But man, you see the rest of that schedule. You got the Eagles. You got the Chiefs. You've got all of this, and it's going to be a lot to overcome. But you see nights like that, and again, I know it is the Raiders, but somebody posted that still is an NFL team. So yeah, optimism, but I'm glad that they put it all together last night on a big stage for their fallen teammate, because I think that's super important. Super important.
Well, the NFL's, I guess the week is wrapped up. What do you have any power rankings, my dude? Do you have are you going to give us an updated 32 team power list?
Man, I had to be at jury duty and I couldn't take my notes in there at jury duty.
We're going to make it, we're going to call it the index, Double R's index.
Double R's
index of the
everything
top 32, the top 32 teams power ranking.
Because everything I do is on index cards. But I will tell you who's in the shitter of my power index. Now with Mike, how does Kirk Cousins keep getting chances? Michael Penix is hurt. Come on in, Kurt.
That's just it.
Come on, Kirk.
Prone to injury.
Oh, God. This guy. Absolutely. Yeah, but we need to get back on the top 10 of our power. Right? Or we can rank them all. I mean, I don't care.
Yeah, we'll give an update. I was going to do in 2 weeks kind of like a preview of going into the playoffs there, going in. Where are you at with Detroit, though?
God. Dan Campbell, 4th down. This dude has a hard-on for 4th down, doesn't he?
He plays a lot of Madden. All right.
I get it. But, and then what's his response? That's just me. Well, you're dumb. I mean, that might work against, I don't know, Phoenix or Arizona, but that defense, Philadelphia, Super Bowl champions. Come on, man. That's what loses you playoff games right there.
You're 100%. I agree with you. But also counterpoint to that, if I'm a player, like I love that. Like I know it's not the statistical pick, right? But Jesus, dude, to have a coach that says, screw it, I believe in y'all. Let's get. I know trends and stats are against us right now, but fuck that. I know y'all can get it. Let's go.
Yeah, no doubt.
You wouldn't talk about running through a wall. Like Dan Campbell's not just, you're not running through a wall for Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell's running through a wall with you, right? Like I don't know. Like I'm a big Dan Campbell fan, dude. But yeah, where you have Bears are quietly at the top of this division when everybody counted them out. Ben Johnson has got. Well, I can't really say that Caleb Williams is playing on an absolute level. They've kind of just found ways to win, right? But they're still at the top of the North right now, dude.
And then with Green Bay, I mean, that's got to be one of the biggest disappointments there, where you look at the Packers and it's like, what are you going to get from week to week? It kind of feels like this Texas team, not to bring them up again, but it's like, so what are you going to get? I mean, with Jordan Love and this group, I mean, solid defense, but
they clearly need a wide receiver one. And that's not breaking news here, right? And now I think I saw that Jacobs is out for a couple of weeks, right?
He's hurt too. Yeah, he's hurt too, and that's no offense to the guy with the big green helmet, but you need a number one guy. He's not that guy. Jordan Love looks average right now, and where's Minnesota going?
Well, Jordan Love's been playing his ass off for the season, but again, in spite of not having a number one, Jordan Love's been playing pretty lights out. I guess my next question for you, man, let's go out west. All right, your Rams, you've called a little bit of the Rams to be the playoff favorites there, or at least the favorites in the West. A little bit of maybe I wanted to say a conference championship here, but the way that it's going to break down now, I don't think that it can happen. Seattle and the Rams last night, or the Rams on Sunday. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, hell of a little battle right there. And Seattle, it's like, I mean, the Rams, these two are going to go toe to toe. It's going to come down to these two for the division, where, I think folks still want to try to get San Francisco into this thing or whatever. It's like, no, these are going to be the teams, because Seattle has been surprisingly scary, I think, to a lot of people. But I mean, with the Rams take care of business against the 49ers, and the Rams, just to me, are the team in the NFC that seem buttoned up from top to bottom. And more consistent, to where with Philadelphia, it seems to be where Philly can kind of go off in different directions right there. I don't know if you want to say that's Nick Sirianni that's doing that, but the Rams just seem buttoned up the best. And with McVay, I think it's Rams and Eagles right now. to me in the NFC. Do you think? I mean, they seem the most with the Rams. I think kind of holding home field advantage is going to be huge in these playoffs. It always is. But with the styles of play, if it's got to go through LA, I think the Rams hold the key to the car right now.
And who's your other team? You said Philly?
Unfortunately, yeah.
I can't rule out Tampa Bay just yet. Like, for some reason, I know that the better teams, LA and Philly, are completely better than Tampa, but for some reason, I just feel like Tampa's just there, right? They're not, kind of like Detroit too.
Always there, yeah.
And I don't know if you guys saw the news. Laporta, designated for IR, so that kind of puts a little bit of a damper on Detroit, in my opinion. Detroit's got a lot of firepower. They probably got the best tandem in the league in terms of running backs. But without Laporta, I just don't know if that defense or if that offense actually just functions, the way that it absolutely can optimally, right? How can it? Obviously, if you're, removing one of its key personnel. But still, the defense was starting to come on just a little bit stronger for Detroit. But after, losing Laporta there, man, I don't think they can supplement that.
And that Sunday game with the Patriots and the Buccaneers, and now that was a fun one to kind of go back and forth with to see that. And I mean, any questions on the Patriots? Again, we'll get into the full spectrum later in the week, but to see New England come out there and just go toe to toe, the Buccaneers are, this is a stupid word, but the Buccaneers are just scrappy. They play very much the mindset of Baker Mayfield, to where it's like, okay, here we are, we're going to come out, we're going to go toe to toe, punch you in the mouth, and just try to win football games. That's the way they play.
I was gonna say, without all their key components too.
Mm-hmm.
So also need to go over to the AFC. Let's see a little bit of the comments here. Wags, Tampa lost to, but we were talking about NFC though. Over to the AFC, speaking of Rob with his New England Patriots there, I think they're real. Right, Drake May's absolute, of course, second year in the league, and he's having an MVP lights out year, right? And you could say Stephon Diggs is, probably a key contributor to that, but also, man, this dude's just playing savvy. He's able to hit his running backs coming out of the backfield as well, getting his tight ends involved. The dude knows how to go through all the damn progressions, but he looks like a legit solid quarterback, bro. And New England found it makes absolute sense that New England just finds the next dynasty quarterback that can take them. And again, it's only year 2. I get it. It's only year 2. But out of that class, we were wondering, who was going to blossom, who was going to flourish. Looks like May might be the absolute dude, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that division, we've talked about this. Buffalo, what are you doing? Bills, come on. You the Dolphins beat them.
Until Buffalo gets an absolute number 1 wide receiver. Same type of deal with Green Bay, right? They need somebody that can blow the doors off that back in there. It can't all be on Josh Allen. Josh Allen putting 6 touchdowns. That's MVP performance on Sunday, double R, but still, like,
yeah, it can't be.
It can't all be on Josh Allen. Dude.
They're missing that piece. And one thing we can talk about in the AFC, because we've both said to where it's like, well, you really can't eliminate Kansas City until whatever. But I mean, Denver's kind of making a statement right here, and Kansas City's hopes
Denver
and plans.
Denver finds ways to win.
Yeah,
right. They don't do it.
It ain't got to be pretty
emphatically or anything like that, or convincingly, but they find ways to win somehow.
Yeah, and this is where I think that where Kansas City had kind of last year, what they did, they won all these games that they, I guess you can say, should have lost. Those 1-score games this year, they are absolutely
Jacksonville,
not winning
dude. Jacksonville might be my dark horse, dude.
They're a hell of a lot better than I thought they'd be.
Jacksonville's picking up some steam, amigo.
They are, and that's where everything has shifted so much. Like with New England in the East, and we gave the South to Houston by default. Not so fast, in the words of Lee Corso. Not so fast, because Jacksonville they are.
No, I thought we mentioned Jacksonville could make a run at the thing, right? I mean, but if anybody.
Well, but the Texans did beat the Jags, so I say that I don't want to piss off the Texans fans. So the South is going to be because the Colts, they're all chasing the Colts. Yeah, that's going to be fun to dig into.
I think the Jags could be my dark horse. I really do. I I think I know we got a couple of fans from Baltimore that tune in here. Temper expectations. I don't think you guys are getting in, even with I know somebody's got to get in from the north, right? And even with Rodgers, getting a little bit banged up here, I don't think Baltimore's got the numbers yet, man. I don't think they're ready. I don't think they're healthy yet. How about that Mark Andrews? You see that Mark Andrews scramble?
I did. Very
nice,
man.
Out the back door, Mark Andrews goes.
Very nice.
Pretty crazy.
And what's
right,
up?
Man, I know you got to get out of here. Before you do, I'm going to ask you to have a little bit of conversation with our guy, Jay.
Oh, are you staying on with him? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to stay on.
I'll bring him on.
But I just got to check on the dogs real quick.
The man, Jordan Scruggs. How we doing, brother? Good, man. Good.
We're doing fine. Rodney cannot stop talking about Texas football, which is great because we're on a Texas Sports Unfiltered, but still, man, I'm trying to heal, Jay Guns. I'm trying to heal.
Yeah. Wags.
Be right back.
I'm good. So your thoughts on all of the Desmond Howard and Wags is gone, so I can go back to that. So the Desmond Howard, all this shit, it's like one thing after another that just follows this program. I mean, it's like you have that. What do you think? Is there anything that you're hearing that makes you think that somehow there could be a separation here between the organization and this said head coach?
I'm gonna say no. I mean, I don't know. It is very interesting that he goes out of his way to post that, So yeah, and hey, start thinking. Who is he on the desk with for a long time every Saturday morning?
Ooh,
Nick Saban.
Ooh, yeah.
So,
yep.
I don't know about mutual parting ways. I don't know about firing. But, and also, too, I don't think if you're going to report something, if you're going to say something, you have to say the reasoning behind why you're saying that. It's how this job works.
Right.
Desmond Howard has been around for a long time. I think there are certain ways to do things, and he did not do that the correct way that it should have been done. If Steve Sarkisian and Texas are going to have a mutual parting ways and you're hearing that, tell us why,
Right.
Don't throw it out there and just, let people go crazy. And I understand it to some degree, but I don't know, kind of in wait and see mode. There's something there, there's something there with the Diane Rossini thing, so we'll see what things look like at the end of the year. People are kind of putting their tinfoil hats on, saying, hey, they're really behind in 2027 recruiting, which I'll get to in a little bit or later in the show because they are, and I do want to talk about it. And I mean, even in 2028, the sophomore class, they're behind. And you might not think it matters, but it does matter. It matters. And the most important thing for 2027 and just recruiting in general, you have to adapt. And I don't think Texas is adapting. They adapted to the NIL transfer portal landscape, and they've adapted well, better than anyone else almost in college football. But kids are getting paid to take visits. Kids are getting unofficial visits paid for, hotels, rides. Kids are getting paid to commit. They commit now bag. They get monthly, payments to stay committed. Texas is probably going to have to do that to compete in the SEC, or not to compete, but to be one of the top classes in the SEC, because that is what the top classes in the SEC are doing now and have been doing. It's been going on forever. And I'm not stupid. It's not like Texas hasn't done it at times. Literally everyone has done it. This is how it works. It's college football, right? But other teams are being super aggressive. And if A&M and Texas Tech are in the playoffs and Texas isn't, it makes it a lot easier to negatively recruit Texas, especially, too, if Desmond Howard is hopping on social media talking about a mutual parting of ways. They say, hey, the Diane Rossini report. I think I brought this up. I don't think I named names. But earlier this fall, I talked about how there was an SEC coach trying to flip a kid from an SEC program or whatnot. And that coach told the kid, hey, the coach you're thinking about going to play for has cancer. He's not going to be around to coach you. Not that he'll be dead, but that, he's going to need to step back from coaching to deal with cancer. And like that info is not public.
Right.
Like that is where these coaches go to win recruiting battles. That's what it is. And that was Lane Kiffin talking to Corey Wells about Hugh Freeze. Yeah. And I think it has been reported to some degree that Hugh Freeze has cancer, but it's not very in depth or what actually.
Fuck, Lane. Damn, bro.
That's what happens. You know, there was a story that I believe someone from ESPN came out. I think it might have been Chris Lowe. I don't know though, but I believe it was either the week or 2 weeks or the week of the Texas Ohio State game talking about Arch Manning's recruitment. And it had, quotes from Cooper, quotes from the head coach at Isidore Newman, where Arch went to high school, quotes from different people in the recruiting world that recruited him. And I mean, Pete Golding, who's now the defensive coordinator at Ole Miss, he was hired to Ole Miss from Alabama. He was Alabama's defensive coordinator. He's currently the highest paid defensive coordinator in the entire sport. And he's really good at what he does. But at Alabama, for whatever reason, he was Arch Manning, one of his primary recruiters. I assume it's because that's his region or, that's his area, New Orleans or Louisiana or whatnot. And they said, hey, Sark's a good guy. We coached with him. He was on our staff, but that drinking problem's real. Those things don't go away. You have to think about that. And that Pete Golding told that to Arch Manning and his coach.
Wow.
And now the coach later pushed back and was like, man, that's a pretty big low blow. That's kind of nuts, Sark in Texas is a school he's really considering, just like y'all, and they're not pulling any of that shit. That's kind of nuts. And Golding apologized and was like, I'm sorry, Saban told me to say it, Saban told me to do this because we want Arch, and this is what it's recruiting. It's what you have to do. And that all got reported earlier this year.
Yeah.
And that's Saban telling his, current or his present staffer back then about a coach he helped out and kind of pulled out of the gutter in Steve Sarkisian. And it's not like Nick Saban doesn't care for Steve Sarkisian, doesn't want the best for him.
Yeah.
He wanted Arch Manning.
Right.
Right. That's what happens in recruiting. There's low blows. So
cutthroat. All right, boys. I'll let y'all get at it. Good stuff.
Later. Sweet. Sorry, I'm gonna get this tweet up real quick.
Do what you need, man.
You watch any Monday Night Football last
what's
night?
that?
You watch any Monday Night Football last night?
I did. Before we sit here and boast the Cowboys into the Super Bowl here, let's let's consider that it was the biggest Raiders, right? My goodness.
Yeah, I think I said it actually on a show with you earlier this fall, but heard from an agent in the NFL that there are a lot of kind of rumors, buzz, and this is 4 weeks ago when he told me this, or it would have been whenever Texas played Mississippi State, because they called him to kind of, try to verify some things about Diane Orsini. But anyways, he told me, there's buzz that Pete Carroll just it ain't working in Vegas.
Just absolutely checked out. What's he doing? Just chewing gum?
Yeah, just checked out. Doesn't care much. Kind of there for the check, and it's obviously a dog shit situation, and they don't think he's really in it for the long haul because that's what that is. So. They need a rebuild. That's what they are. They have Geno Smith as their quarterback, and no rookie waiting in the wings or young prospect waiting in the wings, anything like that. And I mean, you look at their team and look at other teams outside of Genty. How many other players would other?
It looks like the Giants, dude, of a couple of years ago when they had Saquon, right? It's just all relying on they have two linemen that can block for some shit, and then other than that, they're kind of mediocre, and they got a decent defense, right? It feels like I'm watching the Giants just in a different uniform a couple of years ago. When Genty goes to his next team, because that's what's going to happen, right? He's gonna get the next check after the rookie contract's done. He's going somewhere, probably Philly, right? Probably going to be Philly. Not trying to wish the bane of our existence, to have more successful football, but That's just what they do, man. They scoop them up. They scoop all the talent up and be able to polish it and get it going, man. But yeah, what they did with Saquon, they're probably going to do it with Genty. But that's to that point, that's what I'm watching. I'm watching old Giants football in the Vegas uniform right now.
Yeah.
What are you reading the comments?
Yeah.
They're on one today, man. Everybody's healing though, dude. We're starting to heal. All right,
dude. It was a very weird day yesterday.
What's that? Is it like a morgue?
I mean,
bad atmosphere, at pressers and shit.
I mean, I'm not going to the presser, so I'm good. But it I don't know, man. It's a weird day. The Desmond Howard stuff. The thing too that, I think is interesting. He kind of doubled down on it. He only put that on Instagram originally. It was only on his story. Then he posted it on Instagram on as an actual post. And then he put it on Twitter in the afternoon. What does that tell you? It tells you ESPN is like, hey, Des, put this shit on Twitter.
That's what it tells me.
Huh?
It tells me that he needs attention. That's what it tells me.
Oh. The way I look at it.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
ESPN told him put it on Twitter.
100%. Hey, man, you got some good traction on that. Put that on. Let's see what we can get on there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just I don't know. Let me pull this up. Wow, we are 15 days away from signing day. Arkansas this week, A&M the next week. Going to be interesting. And yes, CDC did respond to the Desmond Howard stuff and basically said news to me, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, we can stop talking about that. Last thing I want to talk about from the Cowboys-Raiders game, CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens having to sit out the first series because they were out past curfew turning up.
Are you so
really showed them Schottenheimer,
where are you at with this?
First off,
keeping it indoors. I love it.
Well, yeah, but
it's just a series. It's the Raiders, man.
Yeah. And Sticky, we can come back to that. I love the hypotheticals.
For sure. It's a hypothetical Tuesday, bro.
Yeah. But one series, it's like, okay, are you even punishing them at that point? And then two, it's like, do you really need to punish them? They're grown ass adults. They're men. They make millions of dollars. Yeah, they might have been past curfew and partying. Did anyone think that affected their performance? Fuck no. Because a large majority of the NFL does not play or not large majority, a fair amount of players in the NFL are not playing the game sober, fully sober, 100% sober. I'm not saying everyone's Josh Gordon and is crossed and shit-faced every game, but, Marshawn Lynch talked about doing shots before every game.
Do you know how good Josh Gordon actually is?
Dude, I know.
If he was really doing that, do you know how good that dude actually is?
He led the league in yards, catches, touchdown catches, and missed 3 games and literally played every single game, not just high or drunk, but both. And with Brandon Whedon as his quarterback, Houston Lamar, the dog out of Houston.
In spite of all of that, leading stats, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. And for the Cleveland Browns, seriously, one of the crazy athletic feats that's ever happened, So, yeah, hey, kids these days, they don't even know who Josh Gordon is, It's crazy.
I was just people know Josh Gordon, but I was just trying to put it in perspective. With all of the shit that was going on with him, you met Brandon Whedon on the Browns, and just that alone would do you a disservice, right? But on top of that, you're not at your top peak performance. You're not hydrated, right? You don't give a shit about what your, rest and recuperation. You don't give a shit about any of that, man. You're just trying to get lit.
Yeah, but even
and he was out there lighting dudes up.
Some of these guys too, it's not even that. There's a lot of weed smokers who aren't they smoke so much that they don't even really get high anymore.
Very functioning habitual.
Yeah.
People.
And it's like it helps them function better because they do
For
it so
sure.
much.
Or there's some people with ADHD so bad that it actually
Yeah,
helps
but
you
like,
concentrate.
I mean, I on Instagram a few weeks ago, there is a guy who played for the Chiefs. He now stays up here in Dallas, named Sean Smith. And he went JUCO, you know, was one of those early 2000s guys that went JUCO and then a tiny college and was undrafted and somehow played for like 10 years. Was a contributor. I mean, he went on record in like a podcast or interview and said like I used to smoke like 2 woods before every game, 2 backwoods, which are these big ass blunts, right?
I know what woods are, bro.
Well, I know, but not everyone listening, you know, I don't know. But and in the comment section, Marquise Goodwin's like all these smoke emojis, like it's like, yeah, you're pretty fast, man. It makes sense, you know, we get it. And also like Calvin Johnson talked about like, hey, I had really bad back problems. I smoked all the time during my NFL career, you know, and that was when the NFL was testing. Nowadays, they don't even test for THC.
Right.
So, yeah, it's crazy. Like Ricky Williams would just be another running back in the NFL nowadays. He would be this drug villain that he, you know, was made out to be 30 years ago. So, 20 years ago. But yeah. Let's see. Man, Andre Kirilenko mentioned. There we go.
Wow,
That's at least,
bro.
you know, I usually like to save them for
what?
I usually like to save it for the off season, but if anyone wants to just start naming obscure NBA and NFL players from like the 2000s, let's do it.
I'm game for that. Let's go. Let's roll with it.
Oh yeah. Hey, was Colt McCoy on that Josh Gordon team when he broke the record, or not broke the record, but went bonkers?
I don't think so. McCoy might have been on Washington at that time. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Hey, Woodcrest, he went about it the wrong way. But all right. While y'all name obscure athletes when Robert Tractor Trailer, I do want to hit on some topics. Can we talk about Lane Kiffin? Have you seen any of this stuff?
Yeah, we talked about him a little bit yesterday, but go ahead. Let's roll.
This dude's family, like it is documented and verified. They were in Gainesville on Sunday, in Baton Rouge yesterday. Yeah. On the LSU on 3 site, they have a message board poster who is in a ghillie suit in bushes and camo. They got a photo of Lane Kiffin in a disguise getting off the plane in Baton Rouge. Hold up. You see this? There he is. That's Lane Kiffin. Isn't college football the best?
Lane's the best. Lane is the best. It's not. We get this because of Lane. Like college football is on point because of Lane, bro.
That is true. He does keep it going. But like, dude,
Lane knows how to market college football, dude.
If I was an Ole Miss fan, I'd be so fucking tired of his shit. I would be so tired of it. Like,
hold on. 20. Lane's not paying for this, right?
No.
This is the recruitment process. He's just taking paid visits. That's all. These are just official visits. That's it.
Okay, but like, dude, they have a 10-win season right now.
I know.
They're in the playoff.
They're in the playoff. They're in the fucking playoff.
They can play in the SEC championship game, you know, and he's doing all this. And like, dude, look at let me pull up these tweets. He's just such a troll.
That's
and
like he just knows how to market to the youth, dude. Like that's it.
Every offseason for 4 years in a row, he's entertained other jobs and like trolls his own fan base. So this is basically the director of Ole Miss's collective, and they put out like a hype video for the Egg Bowl, you know, the big Ole Miss Mississippi State rivalry they play Thanksgiving week. And he quote tweets his director of his collective and says, hashtag spot the ball. Spot the ball is Billy Napier saying. He used to always say it, the former head coach of the Florida Gators, spot the ball, because Florida's obviously trying to get him as well, right? And then look at this morning, he hops on Twitter, posts this For those who are on audio only, it says have the best Tuesday ever everyone. 10-1 at Ole Miss football. And the photo attached is day 223. How do you know what to do next? Do you ask yourself honestly, what would your 90-year-old self would advise you to do? What they would have wished you had done? You ask yourself honestly when you sense what you've sensed from the beginning, what you have ignored, what you've quieted and distracted yourself from. You make 2 lists, the positives and the negatives, and you weigh them. And if there's one thing on the left that overpowers the dozen things on the right, then you trust that. You ask yourself what path will make you more the person you're meant to be.
He is so good, dude. He's so good. He's not leaving, dude. He is not leaving.
But, like, you have to – okay, Woodcrest is behind because we're –
Yeah, they're probably on like a 30-second delay.
I mean, no, I was talking about Pete Golden like 20 minutes ago. But anyways, with like being an Ole Miss fan would suck so much right now. You're having arguably the best season, one of the best seasons in program history. Wags, I don't know if you know this. Before Lane Kiffin got there, do you want to guess how many times Ole Miss won 10 games in a regular season as a program?
One.
You want to know how many times Lane Kiffin has done it?
3.
Yep. This is the 3rd year. He's in year 6. Kind of interesting, too, because Sark's in year 5, you know? But it just has to be so annoying. He's almost doing to them what Harbaugh did to Michigan forever, entertaining NFL jobs. Except like it's more extreme and it's more annoying if you're an Ole Miss fan because it's college fan bases you're dealing with, not NFL fan bases or whatnot. And also, like, I know Lane. The way Tennessee ended, every time Ole Miss plays Tennessee, it's a huge game. When they played in Knoxville a couple years ago, they threw golf balls or whatever at him and his team, right? And, like, a lot of people don't like him. I know Auburn hates him because he kind of led them on during their coaching search and told them he was going there when he knew he wasn't. And then
does he not embrace it? To your point, does he not embrace this, though?
He does, but, like, what I'm trying to get to, Ole Miss and Auburn don't play every year. Ole Miss and Tennessee don't play every year. Wags, do you know who Ole Miss has as their annual opponents per the SEC?
No, I
they
don't.
have Florida, and I'm pretty sure they have LSU too.
I thought you were trying to draw a point to Tennessee and Florida.
No, I was just saying, like, if he takes his Florida job, he's going to Oxford every other year, and Ole Miss is coming to Gainesville every other year. And I'm pretty sure LSU is one of their
Tennessee and Florida don't play each other in this, do they?
I don't know.
I don't think Tennessee and Florida play each other anymore. That's where I thought you were going, but I was mistaken.
Well, you know how they changed it to where it's going to be a 9-game conference schedule?
Right, yeah, it's all in the pods and stuff.
Let's see. Okay. Ole Miss's annual opponents are Mississippi State, LSU, and OU. I had LSU and Florida flipped.
Is Florida playing Tennessee though, or did they take that away?
3 annuals are Georgia, South Carolina, and Kentucky.
Yeah. See, why is Tennessee not in there? Like, I don't understand South Carolina.
Tennessee's 3 are Bama, Kentucky, and Vandy. You have to split it up fairly. Like Texas, they have 3 rivals: A&M, Arkansas, OU. Easy, it's cut and dry. Does Mizzou have 3 rivals in the SEC?
I don't think so.
No, they don't. That's why there's our OU, which makes sense, long-term rivalry. And then Arkansas and A&M, which are like, So, and like OU, they play Ole Miss. That's not a rivalry, And the one team that really gets shafted, they're the only team that plays both Bama and Georgia every year, is Auburn. And they also play Vandy, who they have not beat the last 2 years either.
Sucks. That absolutely sucks. Can you pull that up? Can you pull the graphic up?
Yeah, I got you. There we go. So
Texas makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Completely. Right. But for me, like, I think Florida absolutely got it wrong. Like, Tennessee has to be take Hockey's out, take South Carolina out, and put Tennessee in there. Like, Tennessee absolutely has to have that Florida Tennessee rivalry. Like, that's what I remember from back in the day, man. Like, Peyton Manning taking down the Gators and shit like that. Yeah, or maybe that was the only time that rivalry was actually had some fire, had some had some clout to it, but that's just I guess it's an old school rivalry that I remember.
Yeah. While we're on the topic of Lane Kiffin, with the day that yesterday was, and
When's his deadline?
that's
has it already passed twice?
So yesterday when it got reported that he did, in fact, him and his family were proven to have been in Gainesville Sunday and LSU yesterday, or Baton Rouge yesterday. Ole Miss, their chairman or AD or president or whatever, it got reported that they gave Kiffin an ultimatum where he has until the Egg Bowl, which I believe is the same day as A&M Texas, or it's the same day or the day after, on that Saturday after Thanksgiving. He has until then to make a decision on if he's staying at Ole Miss or if he's leaving for LSU or Florida. Thing, though, is like that game is 5 days before signing day. And two, if Ole Miss is going to win that game and the one they play this weekend, which they probably will, or they have a bye this weekend, I can't remember. But they're already at 10 wins and only have 1 loss, so I guess they do have a bye this weekend. Like, what are they going to do? Are they going to tell Lane Kiffin, hey, we're firing you?
Right.
You can't fire someone for cause for that exact thing. You can't do that. And also, like, dude, they're going to make the playoffs. They're going to be in the playoffs. You're going to say you have until now to make a decision, and if you don't, you're no longer going to be the coach. You're just going to remove him from the coach of the football team when they're having arguably the most successful season they've ever had. Like, and how are you going to fire him for that without him getting the double dip from getting the buyout from getting fired and then the signing bonus from his new contract?
They are saying that staff are notifying recruits that Lane is staying. Now, of course, they have to say that shit, but
yeah, well, look, there are ways to play the game. And one thing I will say and bring up while Woodcrest mentioned CDC. Does anyone remember what CDC said in what would have been December of 2020? Do you remember what he said?
Fuck no.
He said, Tom Herman is our football coach.
Oh, God.
Tom Herman's our football coach. Gave him the vote of confidence. Why did he do that? Well, it was right before signing day. Who did Texas have committed in that 2021 recruiting class? JT Sanders, Gunnar Helm. Jade was either in that one or 2020. I'm pretty sure Vernon Broughton was in there.
Was Hill in that class?
No, Aunt Hill's in 2020.
Hill's here already?
But it wasn't a horrible transition class, but they did that so that those guys sign, because back then you couldn't just get out of your paperwork or transfer nearly as easy as you can now. So they signed. Herman in Texas play the bowl game. They fire him, and that same day announced the hiring of Sark, because they had already hired Sark before they publicly fired or privately fired Tom Herman. So, yeah. Or on New Year's Day. And if I'm not mistaken, Sark was hired like literally the same day or the day after, if I'm remembering the timing. So, yeah. So, I don't know. And also, like, the thing I'm curious about, Ole Miss isn't dumb. Like, they have 10 names lined up of guys they have to call first. And I'm very curious who those guys are they have to call first. I've talked about it. I know the Lashley staff at SMU wants the Auburn job. I think it's going to be Summerall from Tulane. Did a really good job at Troy in Alabama. A lot of those same people bump elbows and, share opinions with Auburn folks. So I think that job will go to Summerall as long as, like, Tulane doesn't crater. But Ole Miss, who are they going to hire? I think Lashley could be a name, and I do think he would take that job and leave SMU for it. And you also have to understand, Ole Miss has given Lane Kiffin everything he's asked for. His defensive coordinator that he poached from Alabama when Nick Saban was still coaching there. It was not after Saban retired. He poached him when Saban was still there. And he's now the highest paid defensive coordinator in college football and has been since he took the Ole Miss job.
I don't think he's leaving.
Well, but listen, they've given him everything he wanted. He leaves, and the way he's done this, he's going to be public enemy number 1 in the state of Mississippi. And there will be a fire lit under Ole Miss's ass. Like, you thought they bought a roster last year with Walter Nolan, Princely Umanmielen, getting Kewan Lacey this year, guys. You haven't seen the start of it. Like, telling you, there's going to be a fire lit under their ass. And the other thing, too, that a lot of people don't understand, I think some coaches don't understand this either. Lane Kiffin has built this Ole Miss roster primarily through the portal. He does not sign many high school kids. Usually it's a class under 20. And since he's done this for so long, high school kids don't really even give a shit when Ole Miss offers them, because it's like, why does this matter? All you do is transfer in players to play over the kids that have been waiting their turn for 2 or 3 years. Why would I go here? Like Hayward Howard went on record and said that several times. Hayward Howard, the Texas corner commit, and his father, Hayward Howard Sr., was a defensive lineman at Ole Miss in the early 2000s or 90s. And he never cared for Ole Miss. I don't think he visited as an actual recruit. So the point I'm trying to get to, there is not longevity and sustainability really in the current roster. Whoever takes that job, if Lane leaves, is going to have to portal in at least 30, if not 40 players. Because there's also going to be guys that leave and follow Lane, or guys that the new staff comes in and is like, you stink, get out of here. I want my players, you know. So Ole Miss is going to be very, very interesting. There are some really good coaches on that staff. I'm blanking on his name. They have a D-line coach who's originally from Texas and got hired on to the SMU staff, I believe, or hired on to the Ole Miss staff, I believe, from SMU. And he was a name in the D-line coaching search for Texas after Bo Davis left, when they ended up hiring Kenny Baker, who, you know, I'll talk about the defense and how it stepped back a little bit, but what a job by Kenny Baker. Hired him from the Dolphins. He was an assistant D-line coach before that, only ever coached at like Western Kentucky, small schools, and all the Texas fans are like, who is this scrub? Look at him now.
Yeah,
Look at him now. Look at Coach Baker, you know? So I don't know. All right, we're going to hit on some comments and then want to do some more segments. Let's see.
Actually got to go downstairs real quick for like a minute. Is that cool?
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Be right back.
Jose said, Jordan, to flip some big targets nowadays, does the team getting the flip have to pay buyouts to the recruit's former school he was committed to if he's on a contract? Great question. So the contracts with recruits are a total shit show, because some states, like in California, I'm trying to think of a kid committed. Mark Bowman, right? Committed to USC. He lives in California. USC's in California. They can have a contract where they pay him just to be committed, and that money comes out of whatever his deal is for the actual 3 years. So it's not actually a 3-year deal. So he's making money every month since he's been committed, and that's legal through a contract. Now, if he, you know, decommits or wants to go elsewhere, depending on what the contract is set up, it could be he owes 100% of the money they paid him. It could be 50%. I assume it's not 100%, you know, or it could be half the remaining. It really depends, because it's not like these are regular, usual contracts. And then there are kids from the state of Texas. The USC is also doing the same thing with, but it's illegal in the state of Texas. So if that kid decommits from USC when he's been getting paid monthly payments and USC's like, you owe us money, that kid might have some leverage, because it's like, okay, USC, what are you going to do? You're going to take legal action and then get exposed that you are legally paying me as a Texas high school football player? Are you going to do that? You know, it's something to think about. So, and in turn, you know, maybe that player could potentially, the NCAA or something could happen to him. I doubt it. You know, if that were to come out and they're already getting paid, I don't think they'd care that much if they were, you know, missed some high school games and were suspended the rest of their high school career. But it is a great question, Jose, and one that I don't really have the answer to, and I don't think anyone's going to have the answer to until we see the first school take legal action. So, you know, one thing I did hear, Xavier Griffin, who's the 5-star linebacker out of Gainesville, Georgia, not Florida, but Gainesville, Georgia, who's now committed to Alabama. He was committed to USC. He visited Texas when he was committed to USC shortly before he decommitted. I was told that, you know, USC was paying him and he wanted to decommit earlier than he did, but they owed like half the money back that he had already been paid. And that was the first time I had ever really heard about an actual contract set up with monthly payments and that stuff. And I was like, well, can't his parents just tell USC to shove it? What is USC going to do? Sue them and have that blow up in their face? And, you know, he ends up decommitting about a week later after I had that conversation. And like, I never heard if they paid the money back or whatnot. to my understanding, the way some of these are set up is that all you have to do is send the money. It doesn't matter if it came from the school you flipped to or, came from what you had saved up from originally getting paid. Like a lot of things in college sports with players getting paid, there's a lot of questions and very few answers and effectively zero regulations or anything or rules from the NCAA. So, yeah. Sticky, I'm curious what this is referencing about Andre Korolenko. You said that AK-47 deal with his wife was top tier. Yeah, I don't know. Where was this? All right, I said we do it earlier. We're gonna play hypothetical games. It's hypothetical Tuesday, like Wag said. Let's say Steve Sarkisian, we wake up tomorrow. He's no longer the head football coach at Texas for whatever reason. Who are legit candidates, realistic guys that you would actually like? Because like Dan Lanning, I don't think that's happening if he turned down Bama. Like, I don't know.
I'm going to get dragged for this, but you guys, Jordan, I think you guys know my favorite. It's Lane, right? But I think Lane's
not realistic, though.
Right. It's not real.
Not only because of LSU and Florida, but Texas doesn't want that circus. They don't. And honestly, I don't either. I know people on the Ole Miss beating it effing sucks. He is a psychopath with the media, So
I think we got to look over at Houston, right? Check out what Fritz is doing. Somebody that's or maybe I know that Traylor has lost a lot of traction, no pun intended.
They cannot hire Traylor. He's sub 500 right now.
Okay. But I was only thinking because of recruiting terms and being able to keep in-state Texas talent.
I mean, that is a good point.
Would probably be my number one selection just because of what he's been able to accomplish in the past couple of years.
The recruiting thing is a good point, but relationships and in-state recruiting, it really doesn't mean anything anymore. It's about money. Who has the most money? Texas has a lot.
Rodney's on it right now with Clark Lee. Would Clark Lee, can you get him out of there? And right now with Pavia being able, I don't know if he's going to have any more eligibility. I don't think he's able to, right? But right now with the turn of the tide there, you mentioned short windows of success with Ole Miss and having to have a turnover there. Vanderbilt's kind of in the same way. They need they got to address the portal pretty quickly, pretty vastly. I'm with Rodney Smith here, man. Clark Lee's a really good hire. I just don't know if you can get him over to Texas. Texas has absolute FU money, so that's not the problem. Does he want to leave? I guess is his intent to go to Texas would be my only question. But other than that, would be Fritz for me.
Yeah. So since the Rossini thing happened, I've been asking this question just because it is kind of a fun exercise to do. What hires would people be satisfied with? What would they like? What would realistically, could be possible? And Clark Lee and Fritz are the two names I keep bringing up. Yeah. Okay. This is the main reason that, people are going to be anti-Clark Lee. He's sub 500 for his career by 10 games. And it is true. It is true. But you have to look at the last.
But what has he done with he's done more with less is my, I guess.
Yeah. And look at the last 2 years, what he's done. And think about thing too that I think about with Clark Lee and why he'd work at Texas. His scouting team and front office gets it. Their general manager is Barton Simmons. Do you know who Barton Simmons is?
No.
Used to be in charge of our rankings at 24/7 Sports.
Oh.
Yeah. Grew up in Nashville with Clark. Went to high school together. Went to Vandy together. And when Clark Lee got the Vandy job, the first hire he made was Barton to be his GM. And that was before the GM position was really popular. It was in 2021 or 2022. And Barton used to, the Cover 3 podcast?
Yeah.
He used to be on there, and once he got the job, Bud Elliott replaced him. It used to be Barton and 3 other guys. And Bud got a pretty good gig by him getting a college job, But Clark Lee would be awesome. The point I was getting there, why I think he could be successful at Texas, they're better at evaluating, recruiting, and scouting the state of Texas than pretty much anyone in the Power 4 in the state of Texas. Their best player on defense is from Texas. Their 2 best running backs, and really their top 3 running backs are from Texas. Their best skill player, Eli Stowers, is from Texas. They have several linemen from there, several D linemen. And, they have young guys that no one knows about right now because they haven't played yet, but they were phenomenal and really good takes. Like, I couldn't – Cedric Alexander, I think will play in the NFL if he gets drafted, probably day 3. But that was a kid that – he played for Juice 7-on-7, and I was doing a ton of work with them. And I don't know if I've ever seen a more mind-blowing process on a kid not getting recruited by him. And Vanderbilt was the only school all over him, and he has started every single game for them since his true freshman year, since week 1 of his true freshman year. Led the SEC in rushing amongst all freshmen in 2023. At the time at high school was the Austin ISD all-time leading rusher, all-time leading scorer. Both have been broken. And Vandy was the only school that really was all over him, recruiting him. Besides,
he's got pro size.
Yeah, so I think they do a really good job, and I think they would work at Texas. I know the main thing that's going to be used against him, his record. Texas is different than Vanderbilt, but he still has an extension on his desk. He hasn't signed. He's making less than $5 million a year right now. He's by far and away the lowest paid coach in the SEC. And is far from the worst coach in the SEC. And, he's done a lot with not much. He was at Notre Dame before, Vandy. He was the DC there under Brian Kelly. It's not like he hasn't been around big boy football. Right. He knows what it takes. He's been to Austin. He's played Texas. He knows what it looks like. And Barton's been around for a long time. They have some really good staff hires. I really think they could have success. Willie Fritz, on the other hand, I think he could have success too. He's older, so that's a little bit more of a gamble and something people aren't going to like, but he's won everywhere he's been. And everywhere he's been that he's won, he has been towards the bottom tier of the conference, or at least hasn't been towards the top in finances, facilities, booster support, alumni support, whatever you want to call it. Won at Sam Houston, won at Tulane, winning at Houston. Houston has 8 or 9 wins right now. Do you know how crazy that is?
Yeah.
That's
what I'm saying. Especially over the past 2 years.
And he's not wearing grills or being a hard ass or walking past people in the facility, not looking at him on that Tom Herman shit. He's a good dude. He's a genuine guy. And he's the first guy since I don't know who to coach at the University of Houston that high school football coaches in the Houston area actually respect, and want their players to play for.
Oh, right on.
Keyshawn Henderson, he grew up wanting to go
like Dana?
Huh?
I feel like I think me being from the East Coast, or me having time in the East Coast and seeing how well Dana was received at West Virginia, I thought that the reception would be a little bit better, or his rapport would be better at Houston. Was Dana not liked at Houston?
It wasn't what Brian Kelly in Baton Rouge was, but he was an outsider. That's what it was.
Gotcha. No, I got you.
He had some really good assistant coaches, but the ones that weren't good were effing horrible, truly horrible. And Dana he wasn't like what Dion is, where Dion doesn't even do home visits or anything like that. But he let his coaches do a lot of the recruiting, and then he would be the closer and coming at the end. Kind of what Brian Kelly set up LSU to be, which failed and fell flat on its face, just like kind of Dana did at Houston.
See, he was more hands-on at West Virginia.
And Fritz's scouting team is really good. I respect them. They do a good job. People think Houston has a lot more money than they do because of Fertitta or whatever. But with the budget they have, they do a really good job. So, yeah. And Jake Bayless says, I don't know if we try another Houston guy. I think that's part of it because, you think John Summerall is a really good candidate, and he's not even his name has never been mentioned for Florida. And it's because Florida does not want to hire another G5 coach from the state of Louisiana. Their fan base would lose their mind. And I'm not saying Texas would if they did that with Houston and Fritz, but I think that can work against Houston and Fritz if the Texas job does come open. Lance Leopold didn't know. He's too old. I think he's older than Fritz. And I mean, I don't know. I haven't watched a ton of Kansas this year, but I don't think anything there has inspired anyone to believe that he'll even be a name considered in this hypothetical situation. Yeah, Will Stein, you know, he'll get a big job soon eventually, but it won't be Texas if it were to come open this offseason. Kirby ain't leaving either, but boy, would that be great. That would be awesome. Urban Meyer, hell no. Hell no. I might ask my bosses if I can change a beat if they hire Urban. I don't think that's happening. And I assume this is sarcasm. No pun intended. Billy Glasscock is on the staff at Ole Miss. You know, a lot of people have been like, hey, that's the reason Texas's, evaluation personnel stuff has fallen off because Billy Glasscock left for Ole Miss. There's nothing to do with it. Like, a lot of the
I'm going to ask you this. Why are we missing on self-evaluation?
You want the honest answer?
Yeah. I mean, unless it gets you in trouble. Unless it gets you in trouble.
Steve Sarkisian is the CEO. They don't extend an offer without his approval. They don't take commitment without his approval. The personnel scouting team, their jobs are to evaluate kids, put them on a board, give them strengths, weaknesses, projections, bring it to the position coach. You like this guy? Yeah, no, yeah, okay, cool. Let's bring it to Sark. Now he approves it. There's, been a few times too, talking to some sources on staff where a certain coach won't really want to recruit a kid, but Sark likes him. And it's like, no, we need to recruit this kid. We need to have him on a visit. And usually that, kid won't end up at Texas because the assistant coach doesn't really want him. And eventually it's like, hey, I don't like this guy. It's nothing against him as a person, but the player, I don't think it fits. And I prefer this player. So with Billy Glasscock, when he was at Texas, it's not like everything wasn't getting approved or denied by Sark still, like, yes, having someone else in the room and another set of eyes that sees things differently, evaluates players differently, and has different opinions is important. Like, having discussion during scouting and the evaluation process is so important. That's why there are staffs that do this, not just one or two guys. There are multiple staffs, and there are people that make $120K all the way down to, the 19-year-old student assistants that get some school paid for and don't make $1 from the actual job. And all these people are in the room giving opinions because it is that important, especially with how much money is getting invested in these players nowadays. But the thing I think about, what is the point of paying all those guys if you're not going to let them take shots on evals and you have to approve it, So I don't think things have really changed much with the operation since Billy Glasscock left. I think it's the same thing. And I think Aaron Joe, who was the director of scouting, was a tremendous hire. But I don't think he's actually the director of scouting. I think that's his title, and he's really director of scouting for the Southeast region. To my understanding, that's kind of the way I put it together. I think that's how it's working. So, and again, he does a good job. He also helps recruit, build relationships. So, the Billy Glasscock, him leaving, it really wasn't a big deal, and was never a fan of us either. So it is what it is.
No, right on. No, I appreciate that. But I'm in terms of why we keep missing from week to week, or we just can't. It feels like Sark gets up at the podium and gives the same presser, right? The same opener every week, but we still don't address the deficiencies. Like, do you have a reason? Can you put a finger on why we can't figure out what our self deficiencies are moving forward, or why it took fucking up to week 10 to
put that line group together?
Best offensive combinations in there?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's great questions that I don't have the answer to. Like, and I've said it several times this season. Like, I genuinely question sometimes, is Steve Sarkisian living in reality?
Right.
He's trying to run 12 personnel and run schemes that he does not have the horses to run it for. And he doesn't have the horses to run it for because he looked at this team back in the offseason and said, no, we're good. This will work. And like,
yeah, you're late to the party, right? You're already late to the party.
Yeah, he misevaluated the roster. And, the thing I'm still trying to figure out, and I think a lot of people are too, we don't know and don't have an answer if Cal Flood said, hey, coach, these guys ain't cutting it. I need some guys out of the portal. And Sark said, nah, we're good. Or if, Flood was in agreement with Sark and was like, nah, we're good. We don't need a guy out of the portal. We don't know. And no one is going to say what actually happened and
Right,
fall on the sword and point the finger. It's not going to happen.
Until like 10 years after.
Yeah. But the structure and setup, you know, Texas has to change the structure within the program. I think recruiting personnel wise. And people are going to tell me I'm wrong. They're going to say, Jordan, they signed the #1 recruiting class last year. It was the lowest rated #1 recruiting class in like 20 years. That's what it was. You know, it's still a great class. A lot of those guys are going to play in the league and they're going to have great college careers. But the same, and I'm going to get killed for this, that class did not have the same talent level as the 2022 class A&M signed. It didn't have anywhere close to the same rating. And yes, that A&M 22 class, a lot of those guys have busted or transferred out and panned out. But the talent level those guys had at a high school, I would say is higher than what Texas signed last year. But none of them had it between the ears because Jimbo never cared about that, you know, so it was never going to naturally work. So I just think they leave so much meat on the bone. Georgia, their scouting department, personnel department, I think is the best operation.
Yeah, I think they build from inside out and we look from outside in. Like,
yeah, but they have the best operation and department in the country, I think, because Kirby, yes, he wants to look through everyone and see the guys they're offering and help build the board. But if they see a kid as a freshman that's playing in a Denton Guyer or an 8th grader, Kirby Smart doesn't know shit about that kid. But his scouting and personnel guys who their jobs are to know everything and find these kids and to project them and scout them, they know a lot about them. And they go, hey, coach, you want to offer this kid, but he's 14, he'll be a freshman, you know, in the fall. Okay, go offer him. Like, that's literally what happened with Zane Rowe, who's the 4-star edge rusher at Denton Guyer in 2027. They offered him when he was in the summer going into his 9th grade year. You think Kirby Smart ever even knew that kid existed really until he showed up on campus and shook his hand and said, welcome? Fuck no. But it's okay, whatever. They were early to offering him, and they're in it for him if they want to be, you know, like there's just
hell, it's got to be, you know, when you're in middle school, right? It's got to be one hell of an impression to get your first, you know, your one of your first, you know, letters of intent is from, you know, one of the national champions and shit like that. I mean, it makes an impact, man. Makes an impact.
All right, a few questions. Woodcrest said, if Lincoln Riley came to Texas and left Danny Riley, would it work? I don't want Lincoln.
You know, though, I'll give him this. He's got 3 Heisman quarterbacks in the league right now.
Okay.
Playing at I can't say playing at one's playing at a high. No, two's playing at a high level. I can't say 2 is playing at a high level, but I can or no, he didn't have 2. Never mind. My bad. Kyler Murray.
Baker. He had Baker. Hurts,
Baker's playing
Tyler,
at a high. Baker's
Caleb
playing
Williams.
at a high level. Baker's playing at a high level. Hurts is playing at a high level.
And Rattler. Is Rattler still starting?
Rattler. Okay, so all right.
I'm not saying he's at a high level, but that's one of the guys.
There's weeds every now and then in a flower bed, right? And that's Rattler. Okay, but the rest of them are playing at a high level.
Every time I hear Spencer Rattler, I think of
that Netflix show.
the one clip though that went viral. It's like, you're the biggest asshole ever. He's like, catch the fucking ball, man. You suck. Like, it's funny too, because you know we usually don't come across those kids that much in the recruiting process. Because as much as I shit on, you know, the operation leaving meat on the bone at Texas, they do a good job of recruiting genuinely good kids who are not going to crash out and go off the deep end once they get to college. That's why, you know, you don't see a ton of players getting arrested or doing dumb shit at Texas. And if they do, it's usually something minor, you know, not racing and one of their players dies and 3 years later they've gotten 30 tickets since. That doesn't happen at Texas. They're recruiting a certain player between the ears. So I don't come across those Spencer Rattler types that much. They exist. They're always going to exist. And when they do, I mean, it's hilarious. Like, Spencer Rattler's in the league, but some of these kids that don't have that talent that are acting an ass at 16, 17, it's like, buddy, 10 years from now, you're going to look back at yourself and be like, what was I doing?
What an asshole. Man.
And you're going to be the uncle at the unction saying, you know, I was going to the league with my knee. It's like, nah, you were never going to the league because you never had it between the ears. That's what it is. Someone asked if DeBoer got tired of Alabama, would he consider Texas? I don't think so. He's got a pretty good deal at Texas. I think DeBoer would be an awesome hire. They also have a good GM, Courtney Morgan, have a good recruiting process. And the interesting thing about DeBoer, it's kind of like what Steve Sarkisian brought to the table. He's from the West Coast, a lot of West Coast ties on his staff, but he was coaching in the SEC and has guys from the SEC footprint on his staff and also has, ties there. You can recruit all sides of the country, and it's not like recruiting in-state in the state of Texas with the Longhorn logo on your chest is rocket science. For the top players, you're still going to have to come with the bag, but you can get several players a year to commit before NIL negotiations even happen because they just want to be at Texas. Like Lance Jackson is going to play in the NFL for a long time. He's probably going to be a first rounder in 3 years. He's, for those who don't know, he's number 40, former 5-star, edge rusher. His older brother's playing for the Bills right now. That kid committed to Texas at the junior day in what was January of his junior year and did not discuss NIL until after. And it's because he wanted to be at Texas. And he was a borderline 5-star. Like, it rarely happens, but Texas is still one of those schools that has a big enough logo, big enough tradition, a big enough program, and a prideful in-state alumni base and fan base that kids want to be there so bad, they'll commit before the money. And like LSU, they're the king of that because it's LSU and there's no one else in Louisiana that matters. But, DeBoer would not be a bad hire, and he does have similarities to Sark and his staff as far as West Coast footprint, but you have ties all over the country. Sticky said Kurt Signetti. Look, if he, I know Texas is a different job than Florida, and it's an easier transition than Florida, I think you could say, at least if it were to come open the same cycle. But if Signetti stiff-armed Florida that quickly and signed that extension that quickly, I don't see that happening. And also, same, you could say what I said about Florida and Texas, you could say the same about Penn State and Texas. Let's see. Sticky said AK-47's wife let him sleep with, I think, just one. Wait, what? Andre Karlenko's wife let him sleep with, I think, just one other woman every year, if I'm not mistaken, or two. Strange. Had that open relationship, that good old open relationship.
Pineapple stuff, huh?
Yeah. Let's see. Does Sark and his coaches self-scout by watching game tape and looking for things opponents' coaches see and exploit? Yeah, everyone does. I mean, he literally talked about how they practiced the kickoff return throughout the week. And I when he said that in the press conference, I was like, holy shit, he actually just said that. Because it did not look like he practiced it at all.
Right. And did you see to the point that I think, I think Troy is asking this because we don't believe that they actually evaluated this or knew it was coming, right? Did you see he looked like a deer in the headlights, looked like he got hit with a bag of shit in the face after it happened. Of course, you just got an onside kick recovered on you. But still, like, you had, if I'm Jordan, if I'm the dude that knew it was coming and we took so much time to prep all week long for that shit, for all these, secret plays or obscure, onside kick plays and shit, I'm irate that we spent that much time on it and they still got it, right? Body language is big for me, man. Like it is.
I could give two shits about Jeff Banks being mad at the special teams unit.
I'm not talking about Jeff Banks. I'm talking about Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah, but even him, I could give two shits about either of them being upset. It's their fault. Warren Roberson should not be on the field in any special teams unit in the year of 2025 in Game 10 of the season. This dude averaged a flag a game last year on special teams. Cleaned it up a little bit this year, but consistently has flags. Consistency lapses of concentration. Like, why the hell would he be on the field in an important time in the game in the fourth quarter on the road at night in Athens versus Kirby fucking Smart, the best in the business? Oh, and guess who's next to him? A true freshman, Jonah Williams.
Right.
I love Jonah Williams. Great kid, great player. He's going to be just fine. But you are dumb as hell for putting both those guys out there and then,
just situational awareness, right? And that's my point that I'm getting to. Like, we're armchair quarterback in this damn thing, right? And if we are making points to this thing, if we can kind of have the evaluation of this, the frustration lies in why in the hell aren't they able to do it, or why in the hell aren't they seeing it or game theory?
Yeah, and I've seen some Texas fans be like, Kirby just got lucky. Like, if he didn't get that onside, people say he's the dumbest coach in college football, and it's like, well, the good thing is he did get the onside.
And honestly, if they didn't see a vulnerability.
Yeah, honestly, hey, is it luck if Warren Roberson has had a dozen special teams penalties and other dumb moments in his 3-year Texas career? Is it luck if you're going to purposely target him and kick to him? Because that turns it from like a 25-75% chance to 50-50 or even greater of your chances of getting it. It only has to go 10 yards.
Yeah.
They clearly knew they were dropping all game. They've been dropping all year. Oh, and in case, we mess up the kick, guess who's next to him? Jonah Williams, a true freshman who has not been on kick return every single game this year because he has not played every single game this year. I think that was Jonah's first, second, or third game on the kick return unit. Like, Kirby Smart is going to take advantage of that. And it wasn't luck in that situation because he knew that his chances with those players on the field because they should not have been on the field. And that is not on those players for making those mistakes. It is on Jeff Banks for putting them in the position to make mistakes because those players have, at least Warren Roberson has earned the right to stay on the bench. So.
No, I'm there, man. Now my blood pressure's back up again.
Yeah, hey, so it happens. We're getting wound up. Been that way since yesterday, unfortunately.
Yeah, it sucks because I saw another question in the comment or a question in the comment section there. Is it realistic? There it is right there. Is it realistic expectations to have playoffs in your mindset for Texas each year? I'm paraphrasing that. That comes from Antoine. So I think the culture has turned, right? I think there's an evident change. The problem is that we're in the Texas is in the SEC, right? And it's just an absolute juggernaut.
Yeah.
But even with that said, I don't think it's unrealistic to have those expectations. And honestly, those should be your standards. If those aren't your standards, you're not a winning football program. The question that I pose back is, when can we get it to be, is it a disappointing season if we're not contending for a national championship? Like that's got to be the next conversation, right? That's got to be the next turn for the culture.
Yeah. So to Antoine's question, is it realistic to expect playoffs every year for Texas? Yes. In the 12-team era, yes. If it moves to 14, 16, 20 teams, yes, times 2. Listen to this. Steve Sarkisian is a top 12 highest paid coach. This roster is a top 12 most expensive roster. Top 12 biggest stadium. Top 12 biggest logo tradition in college football. Top 12 in producing draft picks. Your state is top 12 in Texas in high school football, capita or NFL players per capita, et cetera. So what do all those things mean? That the expectation is Texas should be in the playoffs every year. Now you think about, okay, let's think of 12 teams in college football that have the expectation that they have to be in the playoff every year. And what percentage of those teams is from the SEC? The large majority of them. You're right. It's hard. But you don't think Kirby Smart has the same expectations and ain't getting it done? And, I'm not – it does kind of suck because of the way it's set up, like at Texas and a lot of these universities, unless you hit on – what can be described as maybe a generational coach or a true, superstar coach and a Nick Saban or a Kirby Smart, you're never going to be happy. And even Georgia fans weren't happy with Kirby Smart. It took him 5 or 6 years to get to the Natty. He could not beat Saban for a long time, and he figured it out. And now, he can do no good he can do no harm in Athens. He's the GOAT, right? It takes a while to get there, and I think Steve Sarkisian needs some time. But as far as is it realistic to expect playoffs every year for Texas? Yeah, it is. And the thing, too, that I want to bring up that I think is interesting, where is this? So I went back. I saw this pop up on my timeline yesterday, a post from August. And it is the team talent composite. This is generated by what players are ranked out of high school. And if it's a transfer player, what their transfer rating was, out of the portal. So Texas, by looking at this, has the 4th, best roster. And it's obviously not exact science. Assigning stars and rankings and ratings to players and projecting them to the NFL draft is not exact science. Like, even the NFL fucks it up, a ton too. It's hard to accurately predict football players. So let's think about Texas's 3 losses. Ohio State, Florida, and Georgia. Ohio State and Georgia make up 2 of the 3 teams ranked ahead of Texas this year. Florida's 13. Should Steve Sarkisian beat Kirby Smart and Ryan Day? I don't know about should, but you want him to. Texas has a good team. They might have been ranked higher in the preseason or whatever. They might be ranked pretty high in this. But playing at Ohio State and Georgia were hard games. I know Georgia was favored in that one. I can't remember the line for Ohio State. I think Ohio State was favored. You got to remember, Texas is not supposed to win those games.
I think Texas was favored, man.
For Ohio State?
Ohio State.
Okay. But still.
I mean, shit, I'm sorry. I might be speaking on my ass, dude.
Yeah. But still, like, it's worth remembering. But the Florida loss is unacceptable. You lost to a Florida team about to fire Napier in Gainesville, and that was one of the ugliest Texas performances I've ever seen. And I grew up in the late stages of Mac Brown, the entire Charlie Strong and Tom Herman era. Like, that was a horrific loss. Think about how much different this season is. If Texas has only 2 losses to Ohio State and Georgia, it's a really close Ohio State game, 14-7. And, a Georgia game, again, I don't think was ever actually close, but it was a 4-point game at one point in the fourth quarter. Things are looking a lot differently. But just want to double down and clarify again. Yes, it is very much realistic and fair for the expectation to be playoffs or bust every year for Texas. That's different than competing for a natty or bust, because not all 12 teams who make the playoffs have a genuinely realistic shot of winning it all. But yeah, let's see. We'll go through these comments one more time and then get out of here. I know we're running late. Yeah, I have been wondering, like, imagine the film breakdown at Georgia from the onside kick. Mac only played for 6 conference championships in 16 years, winning 2. Sark has played for 2, winning 1. Yeah, good point. Good point. That is a good point too, Naaman Roberts said. The real question, Jordan, is what coach could win with all those top 12 resources? Yeah. Yep. Yes. Jose says, according to Sark, he's trying out new guys at DBs for future games at the end of the Georgia game. I don't know what his exact quote was on that, but at 1 in the morning,
I just didn't play any of the sound today.
At 1 in the morning, walking back from the stadium to the parking garage on Saturday, or what would have been early Sunday, I was talking to Eric about it. Like, Cade Phillips played a lot towards the end, and I love it. Jalen, and it kind of stinks too. Malik Muhammad is solid. Got banged up a little bit, missed a few snaps. But they started picking on Jalen Gilbo early in the game. Gives up a touchdown. They put Cade Phillips in, right? Gives up a touchdown. Cade Phillips, who's a dumb freshman mistake. Like, he's playing way too inside when he has help on the inside. It's on the goal line, and Noah Thomas is also a big body possession receiver who can go up and get it. It's in year 4. He's played in the SEC for 4 years. And it was interesting because it was Texas versus Georgia. Those guys are Houston area guys. It was Clear Springs versus Fort Bend Hightower. But I think the thing to do, roll with Cade Phillips the rest of the year. I've said it since August. In fall camp, I heard from multiple people they viewed Cade Phillips as a starter next year next to Grayson Littleton. As 2 true freshmen before they ever played a single snap.
Yeah, go with it.
Jalen Gilbo's gone. He's out of eligibility after this year. It's year 4. He's played all 4 years. He can't come back next year. And, like, I don't want to say the season's cooked because you can still get in the playoffs. And if things really go your way,
you got to have a lot of help, dude. And the Oklahoma winning, and again, Oklahoma winning last week kind of sealed our fate, honestly. Like,
yeah, but I don't want to say the season's cooked, but regardless, I would put Cade Phillips in and have Gilbo come off the bench. Jalen Gilbo, how much better is he going to get in these final 2 games? How much can it help him at Texas since he's not coming back next year? Compared to Cade Phillips, how much can these 2 games help him with the 2 more years he'll have at Texas? Because he's going to be a 3-year player, So I don't know. And it's very interesting because Malik Muhammad, I very much expect him to leave to go to the NFL. I thought that he was a 3-year player, from covering him in high school. As long as he gets a draftable grade, I expect him to leave, regardless if it's day 2 or 3. But think about the DBs. Grayson Littleton, he can start at nickel next year. Cade Phillips can start at corner. Who's the other corner? Kobe Black has not looked the part. Caleb Chester has not played, probably will not be ready to play in year 2. Santana Wilson has not played at all in 2 years. Who's going to play? Wardell Mack kind of hasn't played much. Think he might be in the doghouse. Not sure. Still can't get an answer on that one. It's very weird. Like, they're going to have to go get a corner, if not 2 of them, out of the portal. And I think Samari Matthews can come in and play as a freshman, at least play some of the snaps that Cade Phillips is getting. But they have to go get a portal corner. So, yeah. But, Wags, anything you want to wrap it up with?
No, man. I think we hit everything.
Sweet. Well, appreciate you rocking with me this Tuesday, this hypothetical Tuesday.
You're doing me a favor, man. I get to look at you.
Oh,
you're blowing up, Pat phone blowing up. You said some wrong shit on here.
No, I got to log my hours. I forgot to do that yesterday. Woodcrest, I still haven't gotten anyone to give me the actual answer on that, unfortunately. And I assume since they haven't, it's probably something weird, but I mean, I don't know. I don't want to speculate. I would expect this to be his last year in Austin, though, and for him to go portal and play his last year of eligibility somewhere else. So yeah. But all right, up next, our friends at Fanatic Perspective give a few more takeaways from Texas, Georgia, and talk about what needs to happen with the Longhorns moving forward. Like I said, we're going to get out of here and shut down the stream, but you can catch it again at 2 p.m. Chip Brown, Zay Collier, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. Also on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Like I said, appreciate y'all rocking with us. And hey, have a great Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow on Hump Day. Peace.